Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's been a long time actually since we have been here with you. But now we are getting more than ready to continue and see who can become today the champion of champions. Of course, right now I am not alone. I am right here with Roy. So how are you doing today? I'm so excited to actually be right here with you, man.
Oh, I'm excited as well. I mean, my mic gave me a little bit of a jump scare right here, but everything should be fine. And in case anything, shows up, we'll figure it out, I'm sure. However, I mean, we have to get on the go because this pre-show, well, you already know how it goes. So let's take a look at the match for today. Chicken Coop versus Revel and Lotus versus MCS Gaming. We are back at an NA, baby, once again. Like you said, a bit of a long wait, but hey, we're here again.
Yeah, let's see what is going to happen today on the battlefield, because the thing is that these two teams actually we're going to see right now at the moment, Chicken Coop and Revel. I mean, both of them actually have been having not the best of times, honestly, throughout their time as a team. I mean, the Chicken Coops have just a little bit more of experience against Revel, for example. But in any case, it seems that the matches might actually be a little bit one-sided on this one. However, well, there we have it. This is what we have at the moment, the group stage and the round one matches, because the tournament is pretty early on it. So we are still waiting to see many of these teams to actually give a lot of what they have, to actually start learning from their enemies, try to adapt to certain situations, and of course learn along the way, because that is one way that things happen with these new teams that are just pretty much sourcing and just joining the tournament as well. So all that is going to happen, but today we just need to focus on the present, which is going to be Chicken Coop and Revel incoming in a few minutes.
Yeah, that is right. So let's go take a look at those rosters if we do have them at the ready. And yes, indeed, we have a Chicken Coop right here. We have a Supa, Frizzy, Bagel, Little Beer, and Taggy. These guys, well, they seemingly have been timid out for quite a bit. After all, they were on Wanted Goons before. So it's not like they are going to be new to one another. Let's see what they can do to open up here. Of course, the start of this Swiss round's very important. So perhaps this is just that little bit of a confidence booster that these guys might like for starters.
Yeah, well, that is certainly one thing over here. Of course, Sopa, for example, I think I've seen that play before. He's actually done really well with his teams as well. But the thing is that we need to see what is going to happen on Rebel's teams. Let's jump into their roster, because what we are going to have today is going to be none other than Jack Rowe, Mads, Brox, Penny, and Toasty. Now, these players also pretty much just joined this new team. I mean, these are pretty much new teams jumping into 2025. So we still need to see what they're actually capable of. Now, the thing in this case for the Rebels is that they had a match before and they didn't have a really good time, to be honest. They also lost that one just some time ago. So let's just see what happens on the future. Of course, we do want to see these guys give us quite the show that we are expecting. After all, these guys are supposed to have everything it takes to become a champion of champions. So let's see if they can do that on the battlefield and have a much better time. And of course, more than anything, Roy, let's just have fun today, because that's exactly the reason why we are together. And speaking of fun, well, it seems that we are gonna have no fun in Inferno and Train, but Anubis was actually picked today.
Oh yeah, Anubis and then Mirage, so fairly standard from what we've seen even from the previous year. So no surprises around here. Perhaps Anubis is gonna give them a chance to try and establish themselves, especially for Chicken Coop right here. Perhaps those close quarters gonna benefit them pretty much. And Ancient, a pick that I'm more used to seeing in the South American region, but here it seems like NA has got some preference. So overall, I like what I'm seeing, and Mirage, well, you can never go wrong with that.
Yeah, this is definitely going to go a little bit fun over here with Mirage. It's one of my favorite maps, and I can tell you that there's a lot of people that actually have thousands and thousands of hours upon this map, so everybody knows exactly how it should be played. So one thing that I can tell you is that if we see any of these teams actually underperform on Mirage, that is not going to be a good sign. It means that these players need to play a lot more on this map, rather than just having a really good synchronicity between them, like being a good team, like having their hours playing together. together, because that's a whole different story. Like, just as players, that if they underperform on Mirage, it just means that they really need to practice a lot more. Of course, if we do happen to have a decider, it's gonna be none other than Ancient. Really small action-packed map as well, one I really like, and one in which, well, meat control is really important as well. You can actually give that one away probably on Mirage, but or Anubis, like, you're always gonna clash in those. But something as important as Ancient, I think that is really going to show who has the better strategy rather than just the better aim and the better team. But of course, that is just getting me ahead of on time. So let's just see what we're going to have in the future, because right now, Roy, it seems that the match has just started. So let's just try to jump right into the action as soon as possible.
El futuro es ahora, oíste viejo, as they say. I mean, shoutouts to Malcolm in the middle right there, but for perhaps a bit of a different audience in Spanish-speaking folk. However, back to it. Like you said, the future is now indeed. And so let's see who has not only the skill, but perhaps also try to polish that teamwork that we always are talking about, right? It is so crucial. When you reach a juncture in tournaments like this, I mean, tournament play, the best experience that you could ask for, really. I mean, the nerves are a bit of an extra added factor that definitely does come into play for sure. First two frags gonna belong to Revel right now. And they immediately take control of A. It is, well, easier said than done here for Chicken Coop. Still, of course, have a fighting chance. However, the position that Revel are working with is going to make that all more complicated.
Yeah, it's a little bit too early to actually start getting those kills for them. It was a really good take over here from Revel. On the side that we can see another couple kills. Actually, the whole team was just completely annihilated over here. Really well played by Revel. I mean, I was going to say that this map is going to be... Well, there's going to be a lot of action, honestly, and specifically on the T side, this map, these guys should be doing really well. Of course, now that they won the first round, that's the most important one. The second most important one, of course, in the game. So now they're going to have the Galeals, they're going to have an AK-47, and they're going to have Mac Dance. So we can already pretty much tell how the second one is also going to go. Now, of course, what we see is that Revel has been having a couple matches in the past time. They have been consolidated as a team way before. However, it's pretty much just newcomers to both teams. So this match is just going to give us exactly what we need to know of how things could go in the future.
Well, Chicken Coop, they're going to be opting to stick it out together, make their numbers the best of the opportunities they can possibly muster right here. That's in the meantime gonna go for a bit of cleaning action. Seems like she's gonna come into contact first, and well, that is gonna be some war spoils right here for the side of Chicken Coop. We're finally gonna be moving out. They know there's nobody else around by A site. So, at the very least, apply a bit of extra pressure as well, time is still ticking after all. Revel do take their sweet time and make their push. But of course, it's perhaps only to make sure that things go as smoothly as possible, even if they did have to sacrifice one of their team members in the process. But, I mean, no harm, no foul just yet, and they are well equipped to deal with the situation. I mean, mostly USPs on the other end is not really what you're looking forward to when you're trying to take over site once again.
I mean, Bomb already reached pretty much half the timer over here, so this guys need to do something fast. Of course, a couple bullets actually landing, getting one kill on the enemy, but of course the firepower is going to give the win against Revel over here. Really well played, honestly. I mean, that's 2 kills against the enemy, hurting their economy a little bit, since that was the Mac-10's pretty much gone. One of the AK-47s was actually saved. But having nothing but pistols, Chicken Coop did everything they could over there. That was really well planned, especially on a retake situation. So, yeah, kudos to that. That's a 2-0 on the score. However, the Chicken Coop, now, they do have their weapons. They should be able to do a lot more on this one. Here comes a nade, not landing against anything. Oh, but look at that. Soup over here. Catching one, two enemies off guard, as well as Taggy and Freezy, just pretty much annihilating the T-Force. And that's gonna be pretty much it right here, Roy. Now the last player is gonna be chased down. He needs to survive, do something over here. Toasty is gonna have a hard time on a 1v5.
You gotta love the call out right there. They get pretty much aggressive off the rip. Under position at the very least, so Chicken Coop are able to completely take over B, and that is gonna cost Revel so much now. Toasty, well, best he can do right now is perhaps even trade his life, but on a 1v5, that is not looking very likely, as he is, well, more often than not, the odds say that he is gonna be gunned down. But, of course, I mean, not much else left for the T-Forces to make here. However, Toasty, you know, a couple of clean shots. He did have to pay quite a bit of health to get some... I don't even know if you can call it progress, because this is pretty much already done, but, I mean, a moral victory, I guess.
Well, it's just 25 seconds on the clock before it actually ticks down to 0. Ooh. But that's not gonna happen. Just a good, beautiful kill with the AK-47 is gonna be more than enough to finish it a little bit early. Bye-bye, Toasty. See you on the next round. Starting off in 14 seconds now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing over here is that Revel, they don't really have that much money. I mean, we do see Penny and Toasty with their weapons, the AK-47s. But, yeah, that's gonna be just pretty much an pistol round for the rest of their team. Pushing forward, look at that, a little bit of damage. The AK-47 landing a little bit as well. But also on the other side, Suppa takes the kill on Penny, but Freezy goes down to 10 HP, so something could happen here. With a good couple shots from the Tech 9 would be more than enough to bring him down. And you know how it goes, Roy. I mean, maybe just one kill is all it takes for a Nico to actually go by. It'll be more than enough.
I mean, we've seen that plenty of times already, especially at this early portions of the tournament. Tends to be a little bit more prevalent of a situation. Jacro trying to be too overzealous here, so Buzz just gonna wait around for his opportunity to strike. Trying to get the perfect lineup right there. And it's Jacro, though. He definitely knows exactly where he has to take aim at. And like you said, the Tech 9 was now going to be a much better options for them. However, Little Beer, who has been an absolutely putting up a show and tearing them apart. Revel, they could not get past him whatsoever. And Little Beer, well, they definitely came here to play.
That's a 2-2 on the score. Right now, Revel on a tough spot, to be honest. As they actually don't really have anything to fight on the next one.
Yeah.
Gonna have to go either Force or go for the Eco buy over here. But look at that, just pretty much annihilating the enemy Chicken Coops. All they needed was their weapons. Look at that beautiful double nade over there. Triple kill coming in by Bagel. That was incredible. Of course, I mean, it's kind of expected. These guys, we knew they were going to be annihilated on this one, but not that way. That was a little bit of humiliating, to be honest.
Oh, man, that was a little bit too quick for my taste. And, well, the pain hasn't stopped whatsoever. And Colleen go the Chicken Coop. It means, well, Revel now are going to have a lot to look forwards to. Try and bring this one back because, well, momentum definitely not to their side. However, after paying their dues, seems like finally have access to some range and some rapid fire indeed. For the most part, I mean, they should be able to do something with this, but like I said, perhaps a battle of momentum right now. Jack immediately gonna go for the block with the smoke. Not let any sort of free advancement here from Chicken Coop, who are actually playing this kind of aggressively here. Penny gonna get rid of the main headache that Revel had last time around. Little beer off the map. Top fragger here for Chicken Coop.
Ooh.
Out of the picture. However, ooh, okay, Tag, you gotta join him. Gotta join him in the afterlife. And this is now a good opportunity here for Rebel. Once again, fight to make things even.
Well, now 1 minute on the clock. And Rebel still has to do something over here. Just patiently waiting over here, Brax. But no enemy is going to cross his crosshair again. Oh, good kill over here. Penny actually catching 2 players off guard. That was huge over here. Now it's only Frizzy alive. And he is going to stumble upon the whole enemy team over here. Goes down without taking even 1 down over here. Yep, that was the round for Rebel. After a couple mistakes actually go through over here. So we got the tie once again.
I mean, back-to-back answers that are pretty loud and clear, I have to say. I mean, this time around, Rebel there get their chance to strike, and they don't drop even a single player. It has got to be a way, once again, play on to the mental side of the game and regain in that confidence.
Yeah, I think they actually got... Ooh, good shot over here coming in by Brax, claiming the first blood. I think they actually got a little bit too ahead of themselves. Like, they just decided to push out of the sides rather than play defensively. And it was really costly for the Chicken Coops. But now it seems like the Chicken Coops already with 2 casualties. And Penny actually survives. Oh, we only 2 HP from that nade as well.
Wow.
That's just luck.
Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Let's see who are the lucky ones right here. Matt's gonna take her opportunity. Is gonna strike through. Is gonna give Toasty a little bit of leeway here. Taggy gonna have to be extra careful. He not only calls out Toasty, but also gonna call out the rest of the approach coming in from Connector. However, that is the end of his participation right here. All left to Little Beer, who not too long ago was alone some counter-terrorist playing by A. Now he may get caught on the move. Penny not gonna let him advance even forwards. That survivability really paying off here for Rebel.
Yeah, especially since Penny, I mean, he does survive. He brings up the weapon for the next round, but also racks up a kill at the last moment as well, even with only 2 HP. So that was pretty fun to watch. But yeah, that initial kill coming in by Brax, I think that's exactly what set up everything for his team. They actually were able to move forward, and Chicken Coop just got a little bit too desperate over here, not really knowing exactly where to position themselves. I believe you can actually kind of tell that Rebel definitely knows this map a lot better. We do know it's also kind of a T-sided map over here, but you can tell Chicken Coop's moving a little bit it's getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Yeah,
I mean, things were going so well, and like you mentioned, it was just that moment of them deciding to overextend just quote-unquote the slightest bit, right? And that ends up costing them quite a bit as they kind of overstep their boundaries as CTs, and especially in a map where you really cannot afford to do that, and you're going to be heavily punished for it. And we just saw exactly how that happened, and that lead that they once boasted now, well, it's not like it's been completely deleted, but it still is going to be gone from there and then straight into Rebel's hands. Once again, Matt's playing towards the right side, making sure that nobody is right there by water. Last time around, she got caught with a bit of a hasty approach coming in from Chicken Coop that did end up paying off. Any ever their survival is here, gonna take pre-aim right there, but he's gonna get caught nonetheless. So Chicken Coop finally strike first, and so their chances are looking now a lot better.
Not quite, actually, there with the flash. He just squeezes on the trigger, but still just a little bit too far away from the enemy's head to actually get those kills for himself. He was blinded. Really good entry by Chicken Coop. Over here, we also do see Brax take a shot, actually. Down to 23 HP. If I'm not mistaken, that must have come from Suppa, actually. He just got lagged by the other AWP. Now Toasty, moving all the way from behind, actually comes back for his team. Now we do have 2 players over here. Good entry. Now Sabatos takes Mads. Toasty takes up a down as well. Good refrag.
Beautiful pressure coming in from the T's. Immediately they know that even if they have to sacrifice somebody or take a few shots in the process, they have to press the issue. And now time is of the essence for Chicken Coop. Numbers are even, however, the health not so much, as Brox and Jack are already pretty hurt. And, well, there they go. It's all left to Toasty once again. And can you line him up? No, he cannot. Only one frag is going to go to the back for him. Well, for the rest, it's actually history. So far it's been a fairly even ordeal. Nobody really completely taken off, even if we've seen a couple of mistakes and a couple of heads-up plays from both ends. It's not like it's made a remarkable difference between both of these teams. I mean, you talked about how Rebel, perhaps you were feeling a bit more comfortable. However, Chicken Coop, no slouches whatsoever.
All right. Let's just see what happens in the future, since we jump into a small tactical pause over here. And I think I'm also just gonna take the time over here to actually give a little bit of a shout out to Stake, one of our partners, just to let everybody know that, well, they can actually visit the cct.gg/stake, so they can check all the information that we have in the promotions. Now, Roy, I wanted to ask you, what do you actually think is gonna win this round? Like, I mean, it's a 4-on-4. It's been a pretty much how do you call it, back and forth with the rounds. Rebel's doing a wonderful job, but it seems that Chicken Coop is starting to actually learn from their mistakes.
I was about to say that, judging by the momentum, I was going to give it to Chicken Coop. However, it continues to be a fairly even ordeal here. Let's see if that comes to pass, but Rebels say no. We are here to play, and they came towards A with the intention to completely destroy their opposition, which is exactly what ends up happening. So, my prediction going out the window now. Frizzy and Taggy, well, they're better off doing something else other than trying to approach where the remaining of the T forces are currently planted. And, well, they seem very comfy over there, let me tell you.
Now the timer is just about to go off on the bomb, so that's going to give the round to the Rebels. There we go. That's the tiebreaker over there, 4-5 on the score. They decided actually to not play aggressively. We do have one player trying to chase down, but he does not stumble upon the enemy at the last moment. So no more blood is shed at the moment. And now it seems that we are gonna have the a little bit of a forcing over here. Supple with the MP9. Taggy, of course, still keeping the M4, as well as Freezy with the AK-47. Big a little beer. They actually decide for the 5.7, which is a powerful weapon. So something could be done over here. But as they drop all utility, just making sure that the enemy is not going to go through that position, at least not at this moment. Oh, look at that. We actually do have a build run over here, so but does take a kill against Toasty on the other side. And a pretty good advance over here coming in from Freezy with a beautiful flash actually following as well. That was great. Amazing kills over here. That just pretty much gave the advantage to Chicken Coop and pretty much the round.
Beautiful coordination as well from the util usage from Supa, and also the 1-2 punch that Freezy and Taggy were able to bring towards Connector. It all working in unison. Make this now a very tough round for Rebel. Of course, they still have an 8. I was gonna say, still have an AWP, but now no longer. Supa ends up taking care of that, and Taggy was always going to be on the flank. So, out of options and out of lives, the back and forth continues. This seems to be going by pretty fast, if I do say so myself.
That's a 5 and 5. Now the chicken coops actually have money for it. So this was quite an interesting round as well, because they kind of had the firepower against them. Rebel. Oh, look at that beautiful shot coming in by Supa. Takes on Brox with the AWP. Not quite the second here. Forced out by the molly. Just repositions, and he might actually find another one over here on the cross. If they do decide to actually go for it. It seems like Jack Crow wants a little bit of that, but he actually makes sure that he can cross forward. Is that smoke gonna be enough to stop him? Another molly over here. Ooh, it actually allows the crossing over here. Let's look into the other side, checking his corners. The tag was right there, waiting for him to do that. He does take the opportunity, takes that kill for himself, and puts everything on a 4v4, which turns into a 4v3 as Penny takes another kill against Freezy on the other side as he pushes forward. Now all utilities pretty much going over here. And the bomb's gonna get planted. We are down to a 3v4 retake situation. Supa starts moving forward. No, he actually misses that shot against Supa. Supa was not quite able to get that one with the AWP, and just like that, Toasty takes him down. Just pretty much allowing this round to go for the Rebels.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would have been a very different story. Mind you, even from earlier on, Supa definitely had a chance to kind of stop their approach dead on the tracks, and it just doesn't happen in Revel. They take the tiniest window of opportunity, and they fully capitalize on it. So kudos to them, really. Revel are making sure that this trend continues to go all the way throughout the very ends of our first half. Of course, I have to say, if this is how Chicken Coop are keeping up, even during their CT side, I'm only wondering of what dastardly things they could do their time for the second half, which is, well, you know, just right around the corner. One last chance here to make things even, and again, to continue this back and forth.
Now, Brox patiently winning with the AWP. He actually wants to give a little bit of a drone medicine in this case. That's the spot where they actually took the first blood on the previous round, so yeah, he was actually waiting for the enemy to push forward. But it seems that the Chicken Coops right now kind of understood that they shouldn't actually push that much before. They need to play a little bit less aggressively, because that's exactly how the first players go down in the beginning. Now those two mollies, oof, not quite actually stopping the enemy on their tracks. So Jacker is actually able to push forward, takes down Mr. Supa over here. And that just puts things on a 4v5. However, Jacker does take a little bit of damage. He's down to 20 HP. But we already know that's more than enough to actually get one good kill with a well-placed shot from the AK-47. Brox decides to actually push back. And it seems that the T's are starting to take a decision over here on where they should actually start pushing. They start leaning to the left of the map in this case, towards B side. That's 3-4 players over there. The bomb is still carried by them safely. And it seems we are just about to see the blood spill over here. There it is. Nice. Good shot by Penny, actually claiming. It does go down by Freezy, but the bomb just got planted.
Oh, Jacker narrowly managed to survive. Toasty catching a lot of damage, but in the meantime, Revel, we're getting very, very busy. Jacker, can you hit one more? The answer is right in front of us, and it's brought to you by Freezy. Big resounding no, but well, teammates later, and it seems like, oh my god, running out of bullets at the worst possible time right there, but it's only a bit more tension to the situation. Matt's still gonna be playing this from connector. She's gonna take the final shot and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. It will be the slightest of leads, but it will go to the side of Rebel.
That was a really intense 1v3 over there. That was really close by Freezy. He actually kind of taxed 2 players over there, really close to getting those kills, and just 1 more to go. But still, doesn't really happen. It was really tight and really difficult for him, as the bomb was also taken against himself. So yeah, it was a really good ending of the first round. But sorry, of the first half over here. But we jump into the second one with the switch, and now Rebel on the CT side with the advantage of 2 rounds against the Chicken Coops. Let's see if on this kind of T-sided map they can actually get back on track.
And they should be able to do so, for sure. Whether they will do it or not remains to be seen. You're going to be sporting those dualies. You always expect great things to come from players that are sporting those. And of course, Penny has been stepping up to the plate today. Top of his team, top of the lobby as well in the frag department. First contact gonna come towards the middle portion of the map, however. People are able to scurry by. Oh, Brock ends up letting go of a very crucial chance to strike, and this now pretty much opens up B. So it forces Mads back into connector. Never mind. Judge that wrong, however. Judges are back nonetheless, and a couple of shots later, Taggy here continues to clean him up. And this is not looking well for Ravel anymore. Chicken Coop, they know that they are playing on a T-sided map, and from the very beginning of their T rounds, they're making the most of it.
That's another round for the Chicken Coops. They still don't want to give it away. Like we mentioned, kind of the back and forth over there. But well, things are just a little bit more balanced than I actually thought. I really mentioned it was going to be a one-sided map, to be honest. But they're actually proving me wrong. A couple of mistakes coming in by probably both teams, but overall, really good map, really good match over here. There's still a long way to go, and we still happen to hit double digits as well. That is when things start getting interesting and really tough for both teams. Now pushing forward, we got 3 players pushing through mid. That's a double nade over there. Just making sure that there's nobody around the corner. Of course, it doesn't really connect with anybody. But we got Rebel with no weapons, only pistols. So right now, Chicken Coop is not having the best time, to be honest. I mean, they do have AKs, Galils, MAC-10s. Ooh, look at that. Ooh. There it is. Couple of kills coming in, but Mads does take another one. Oh. And look at that beautiful shot from the Deagle. Mads takes another kill for himself.
Nice. Good stuff right there. Making sure to at the very least regain something else, but Tracy was always waiting for a rotation, almost getting caught off guard by Toasty. It seems like that was the game plan all along, however, unable to claim the crucial shot, much like Mads did earlier. And even if it was looking like a foregone conclusion already, nonetheless, it could have been a little bit something extra. The reaction not fast enough, and how could you? Little beer, close it out. I try to catch up to what Supa and Freezy have already done for their team. So, the lead is absolutely gone at this point, and Revel are not exactly in a mighty spot to be contesting this first few rounds, and developing their game is going to be all the toughest now. Okay, touched on previously, momentum is definitely one hell of a thing, so.
Yeah, once again, to be honest, I mean, it was an eco round, just pistols for Revel, and they actually landed 2 kills. So once again, I do have to say that was pretty good, and those beautiful shots coming in with the goal, more than enough to actually give us what we expected from them on that round. Good couple of kills over here as well. Supa just got one for himself, as well as Little Beer, but he's going already. Freezy takes another one. Good shot against Benny's head with the AK-47. That just puts two players on the spotlight in the case of the Rebels, which is none other than Mads, and of course Jackro as well with only 42 HP. Let's see how this develops, as they have 55 seconds to actually keep on defending the CT side. One on each side as well, so this is going to be tough for them, but I think it's pretty doable.
I mean, with Freezy and Suppa not exactly near death's door, but a little bit closer, you know, ever so slightly over the edge. Things could lend themselves. I mean, there is a world in which Revel could have stood up to the heat that Chicken Coop are bringing to the table right now, but it's not looking like that's going to happen during this round. So, take your losses and you move on. It is what it is. But Chicken Coop, to say the least, they have been stellar during their time as terrorists. So it is definitely boding well here for them.
Yeah, but once again, you actually see how that player actually pushed forward at the worst moment possible. That was two players actually winning for him. And he's on the City side. We actually do see those mistakes over and over again. And it seems like it's both teams, actually. They might just be a little bit too excited on the game. Oh, that's going to be the bomb just going off at the last moment. So that one's going to go for the Chicken Coops. Now Matt's, of course, not able to do anything at all. And that just puts the chickens once again on top. Right now, well, we do have weapons. And Brox with the AWP, I think on the CT side, this is going to be huge for him. I just think that Jackro needs a couple more kills on this side, and he has an MP9, so that's definitely going to be difficult. But I think it's definitely possible. Just needs to probably play around the corners so he can actually catch the enemy off guard as they're going forward. Even if he does go down in the end, I mean, that's definitely going to help their team to actually try to draw their attention, actually try to get those kills for his teammates instead. But on the other side, we can definitely see how, for example, Freezy has 14 kills. I mean, that's already above his top fragging right now in the whole game. You can also see Suppa with 12. That's also above anything that Rebels has at this moment for any of their teammates. So yeah, things are... It seems that these guys are actually pretty much carrying the game at this moment. Ooh, look at that. Strong firepower coming in by both teams. And that's a double kill coming on. 2 and 2. Once again. It's been refrag after refrag on this round. Pretty interesting. 1 minute 25 seconds. Sop is really down to 20 HP. And Jackro with only 1 HP also surviving on there. I'm just about to get planted. That ball comes in time just to try to stop them. Now Jackro pushes forward with the AWP. He does take the kill against Taggy. And that just puts things on a 1v2. He actually spots the other enemy. And Brox at the last moment is quite able to push forward. Takes that kill and is going to get that defuse. Really good round in this case. The Rebels actually come out on top as well. And that puts things back again on 8 and 8. That is going to be, well, the tie once again on the score. Oh my god. What a round we saw.
It's definitely been the same story all the way throughout, so it's going to be extremely hard to call it one way or the other. Even in spite of that good early start that Chicken Coop definitely were playing with. Now, Rebel, they do what they know how to do best, which is to catch up, and not only that, but perhaps even take over. We did see them do that at the later portions of the first half, and now at a time where they do most of the same. I would definitely add a little bit of insult to injury here. Suppa, oh, not even catching a glimpse right there, but very well enough aware of the position that Little Beater could be playing with. However, Little Beer receives no threat whatsoever quite yet. Gonna pop a molly to clear the main portion of the aid side of the map, and well, Rebel are just waiting for the chance to strike. With 3 of their main elements playing the defensive portion and staying alive quite yet. Oh, Little Beer waits that one out beautifully. So Mad's gonna be the first victim right here. Molly not gonna let them through. Fox here. You better be ready to pull that trigger. And indeed he is. Gonna require a little bit of assistance from Toasty, though. Ends up being a trade. However, the flank is also coming right here. Look at Taggy go. Flank after the flank. Look at that. Oh my god, but dropping that one penny somehow still. We've been talking about him. Ever the survivalist, and the Molly doing his job right there, but not quite enough bullets. Penny on a very tense situation, but narrowly managing to survive. Now it is a wild goose chase to the other side of the map.
Whew. Bomb planted at the last moment. Both players really low in HP as well. 17 to 59. That's a good kill coming in by Little Bear. Just putting things down to only one player. In this case, Penny, that nade. Oh, it's actually gonna connect. Not quite against the one that was really low. That puts us up on a spot with the AWP in which he could actually get that kill. He does. Denying the opportunity for Penny to actually save that round. That just puts the Chicken Coops once again on top. 8 and 9. And really close to the double digits. So they're getting also really close to the win.
And you can tell Penny was ready for that situation, for that specific type of approach coming in from Chicken Coop. However, not able to get the lucky draw in that situation. And I don't even want to call it anything else. Look at that. I mean, Lula ready for it. Missed the first pre-fire. Gotta hit the second shot at the Little Beer, but then Sopa, he strikes through. And at the moment where his team needed it most, so... And we've seen this type of story develop, though. Somehow still surviving their bagel. Only able to claim 1. And things are, well, starting to be felt a bit more in the favor of Chicken Coop. After all, of course, Rebel. Always, you know, a little bit underpowered for this appearance of them.
Well, one enemy was spotted over here. A little bit of damage coming in, but not enough to actually do anything against Little Bear. He just retreats. We still have 40 seconds on the clock. Good one coming in by Freezy. Just tagged over there. 1 bullet. But after getting that that kill, that's more than worth. Now the bomb has been planted as well. And it's all down to, ooh, I was gonna say Penny, Jackro, Toasty, but he just got annihilated over here, as well as Jackro. So now Toasty is only trying to survive. If he could get 1 cheeky kill, get 1 weapon, and do something with that on the next one. But nope, that's not gonna happen. It's gotta be Bagel putting an end to that dream. And just swapping his pistol. A little bit more firepower for himself. That puts the Chicken Coops on a 2-round advantage once again. That is finally double digits for them. A little bit of a tactical pause over here, called by Rebels, just making the Chicken Coops actually get that adrenaline down. They do not want them to be on the top of their game. And of course, they definitely need to re-strategize over here, because things are not going their way at the last moments. And just like we always mention, it seems that Rebel is getting a little bit too hesitant at certain situations. And I think that they need to just play it a little bit safer. Although it's really strange, because Rebel was doing great at the beginning of the game. It seems that Chicken Coops, of course, once they actually reach the T side of this map, which does give you a little bit of an advantage, they're doing better. But also, like, you can tell they actually were able to adapt to the enemy strategies on the go. And that is exactly more than enough to allow them to get a little bit of an upper hand.
they can continue on the same path to victory after tipping the scales, but not if you start running into bullets like that. Penny once again pretty much making the round for the squad, even though it was looking promising. We talked about re-strategizing, and definitely Revel had something cooking up, because this round did not look good whatsoever here for Supa and the rest of the boys. I mean, not even a chance to try and attempt for any sort of approach, really, as the bomb was left right in the middle of enemy territory, where an up and a couple of rifles are gonna look over. Of course, Supa still gonna have to try and make something happen with this last 30 seconds on the clock. Anybody expecting the approach from Connector? Seems like that was not the question. Brox gonna be the first one to pay the price. However, the rest of the CT forces are able to perfectly counteract what could have become potentially a disaster. Getting a frag out of that, not exactly the worst possible outcome, but it was always a very tough position to be playing with. I mean, everybody put it in the work. Of course, that double courtesy of Penny. That's going to be the cherry on top there for Revel and the entire squad right there, as they are, after all, trying to catch up with the scales pretty much tipped against them. As you mentioned, that all Chicken Coop can play to the advantages that this map grants them during this half. And of course, it was their pick after all. This was, I think, pretty much always the plan. Let's see if it continues to be the same way. Or maybe a Rebel will work some of that magic that they've shown us a couple of times already.
And here we go, 1 minute and 45 seconds. Let's see what Rebels can actually do over here with that time. As we see Mats with only the MP9, but that's more than enough to actually claim a couple kills for herself. She actually plays it correctly, safely, and of course, with the correct utility and the correct decision with her team with Watch Out, because she's actually pushing into a very difficult spot. The whole team, pretty much the whole team, pushing forward, and her weapon's not the best for those situations. She actually spams through the smoke, kind of catching Supa off guard, but only dealing 14 damage, a little bit more, just trying to call the attention. Now the rotations actually start from her team, I suppose. Nope, nobody's actually answering.
Ooh.
This is gonna be tough for her. I really hope she can do something.
Claiming a life is gonna have to do right here. 1-2 split on the map, Rebel. Let's see if Mats' sacrifice pays off right there. Or taking, at the very least, one member of Chicken Coop. Going to mean that the flexibility that the T's have is later reduced. Oh my god, the timing onto that. No way, Taggy. Getting complete advantage of that. Due to just a moment of, I don't know if we even call it hesitation on behalf of his opponent. And now Taggy gonna continue on our rampage. Completely empowered right here. And, oh, misses the shot right there with the AWP. That could have gone better for sure. And you do not challenge me twice, says Penny. You do not get to live to tell the tale like that. At the very least, he's not going to have to worry about any sort of secondary angles or flanks for the time being, but I think that not much else left for Penny and Rebel to do. Coop are fast approaching their chance to strike first in this series.
To be fair, Chicken Coop's doing a wonderful job. To be honest, they actually rack up a second round advantage, and as soon as they actually get that, they're able to maintain it. So even though it has been a constant back and forth, like just getting that extra round allowed them to get really comfortable at this moment. I mean, that's definitely better than what they have been doing, what this both teams have been doing along the whole game. So I can already tell the Chicken Coop right now also is staying on the T side, which in the end happens to be the one that keeps a little bit of an advantage on this round. I can tell the Chicken Coop should definitely be able to win this. However, of course, I'm just getting a little bit ahead of myself. We are getting close to the final round, but look at that. That's another kill over here. Tagging beautiful against Penny. Penny doesn't really have much to actually fight against. Against with, sorry. But, it's just an easy round over here, so it's definitely not good for Rebel. It's gonna pretty much translate to another round for Chicken Coops. Good kill by Mats. Doing wonders with the MP9 as much as you can. But the advantage seems pretty clear already. And still with plenty of time on the clock. The chickens should be able to do something. Move forward, get that bomb planted, and of course claim that round as theirs.
Oh man. Not the sight that you wanted to witness if you are Rebel right now. And I don't want to call it a foregone conclusion, but it's kind of looking like it. It is going to require a hefty amount of, you know, not only skill, but also perhaps even a little bit of luck involved here for Rebel to really bring this one back. The math and not exactly in their favor. Not even only by the round count, but also just by their opportunities. And you are running out of chances here. Excellent out of Mats, though. Almost exactly what their team needed for this round. And, well, it is a bit of a tough break. But you know what? It's not a tough break. It's that promo code CCT2024 to get a 200% welcome bonus up to $500. That is for your first deposit where our friends at stake. So, if you feel so inclined to, you know, double your investments, then go ahead and use that promo code again, CCT2024. And we're gonna have it running for the entirety of the second season of the Championship Tour. So you have plenty of time to use that. But you know who is running out of time? Well, unfortunately, I have to say, the CTs are kind of on a tough spot right now.
Well, that's a little bit of a trade we actually saw over there. That goes down by the Molly at the last moment. That's actually pretty good over here. At least the Rebels now we're able to actually afford buying something for what could be their last round. That is a 3-round advantage that they need to rack up for themselves if they want to have a chance on an overtime to get this first point. The first point, really important actually, because Roy, the thing is that if they actually get the first one, that's going to put a lot of pressure against the enemy for the second one as well. So it is very possible that we can actually start seeing, well, whoever team doesn't have a point making more mistakes. Having more weight on their shoulders.
True.
Really hurts on the nerves. Good kill over here by Jack. Penny also answering beautifully with his. So that's 3 players down. And I think that Rebel can actually survive this round at least. That's 15 seconds. A move has to be made. Oh. Look at that. Just to top it all off, a beautiful shot coming in by the AWP in the hands of Brox. Making sure that that round goes for Rebels.
And you have to command the perfect coverage being delivered right there from the CT side. I mean, just pretty much everywhere that Chicken Coop wanted to approach was covered. And it was an effective maneuver at that, coming in from the Rebel side. Now, Chicken Coop, even if they only have one final step to take towards victory, And perhaps, like you're talking about, bring a little bit of that mental game in their favor as well. Make those nerves a bit more rattled for their opponents. However, it's all about, I always bring it up that it's about being closers or chokers. Which group do you belong to? And of course, in the heat of the moment, is a question that you really cannot be answering for. But for us that are pretty much spectating the whole thing, well, you gotta wonder, can Chicken Coop indeed close it out? Everything says that they should. And, well, they're gonna have to quite a bit harder for it, though. Because they are playing it extra safe right here. They're not trying to, waste their money earlier than they should. Not counting their chickens before they hatch, I guess you could say. And, well, it means a Rebel are gonna, perhaps at the very least, breathe a sigh of relief, but I mean, you're never safe, man. We've seen so many teams get eco'd that I wouldn't put it past Chicken Coop to make the unthinkable happen here. But now with this earlier frags, it's looking a bit tougher, especially courtesy of Jackro. However, he gets not completely cleaned up, but for the most part. And they do make their way towards side. That is as much progress as you wanted if you're Chicken Coop. Even if this round doesn't end up going your way, but now the extra bit of pressure definitely being felt onto Rebel's shoulders.
Ooh, there we go. Good kill coming in by Suppa. Brox actually answers with one of his own with the AWP, but look at that. Brox actually trying to survive. Only 6 HP and a pistol. Ooh, it's not gonna happen. That was really close. But just one shot was more than enough to take him down as Taggy claims that one for the Coops, and with that, the first point for themselves as well. So that's a little bit of an advantage on the global scoreboard. And now the Rebels are gonna have a harder time on the second map, which is gonna be none other than Mirage.
What did I say? You're never safe. You're never safe. And unfortunately, therefore, Rebel, well, Chicken Coop are going to indeed get their own map pick, but hey, they will have a chance to answer right back. Like you mentioned, Mirage is going to be exactly where our second encounter is going to take place.
Well, of course, for that, we are actually going to have to wait a couple minutes before everything gets set and ready. But of course, this was definitely a very, very fun match. I mean, it was a constant back and forth, a little bit of action for both teams. And I can definitely tell that for a moment there, I didn't really know exactly who was going to win. But of course, the Chicken Coops did a wonderful job at the end. They actually adapted perfectly. And having the advantage of being on the T side as well in the end, they were able to get those 3-round advantages against these guys on Anubis and claim it 13-10 for themselves.
And well, with that, we're gonna give the teams a bit of time to get ready for our second encounter, so we'll be seeing you in a few minutes, but rest assured that we will be back with the action. So see you guys in about 10 minutes or so. So in the meantime, let's take a quick break. And won't you look at that? We are here once more. Thank you guys for your patience. I hope that you all enjoyed that last match that we just had. And we are about to continue with the same chicken coop on the victory train right here as they hopped on for their first appearance on Anubis. But now it is time for their opponent's counter pick of sorts. We're going to be seeing Mirage now.
Yeah, well, just like I always mention, I mean, Mirage being one of my favorite maps, of course, but also I think that one of the oldest maps that this game can actually give us, except maybe probably just DOS 2, of course. But yeah, I mean, Mirage is one of the maps in which like every single player has really put thousands of hours. So I can definitely tell that if you go into Mirage and you don't really perform the way you are expected to, then maybe you just really need a lot more practice. Because the problem here is that as a team, you need to bring really good coordination, but also really good strategies. Because it's been around for so long, it's really difficult for a team to actually do something outstanding or something new on Mirage. So you need to know exactly what you're doing. You need to have like prefabricated strategies for each one of the rounds and be able to execute perfectly. And also you need as a player to have that really good skill. This is one of the maps in which if you don't have any of the previous two things, just being skillful by itself will definitely not be enough to actually come out on top, because every single player is supposed to be skillful in this one.
It is just nature of time, like you were saying, right? Like, it's just been so long that you have to bring that extra bit of, you know, something, that little bit of extra pizzazz, and that has to come in the form of teamwork, really. Revel, of course, they picked it for a reason, so let's see if they prove us right in that regard. Little Beer, of course, saw just how deadly they can be. And they're going to start off with the right foot, but that is not going to last long. As Revel do manage to make it onto side in spite of CT's best efforts. But of course, it was always going to be a doozy try and impede that first approach, but it's all about the retake here, and, oh, flying forwards towards them. What a duel that we just witnessed. Toasty coming out on top. He runs out of bullets narrowly. Brox, though, in the meantime, does manage to delete one of the market players, and Toasty continues to do what he knows how to do best.
Well, trying to go for the bomber here, but look at that beautiful shot coming in by Toasty, just making sure that he is not going to be able to. Of course, it was a 1v2, really hard to actually do as the bomb was taken out of time. But still, that's going to be the first round for Rebel. Once again, it seems that history is repeating itself, because what we see right here... Oh, wait a minute. Well, yep, it seems that these guys are going to go for the AK-47s. 2 AKs, 1 Galil. A P90 in the hands of Mats. Okay, what is going on over here? This is going to be interesting.
Alright, I mean, get a little cheeky after that first resounding victory. It was tense, of course, but they managed to weather the storm in quite the right fashion. Vendor coverage out of the T's right here to be able to move forwards. Catching quite a few strays right there, but oh, even more coming from that AK in the hands of Toasty. However, that push to connector ends up working like a charm there. Oh, a little bit too long taking actually hit the flank, but Mats makes them pay nonetheless. And of course, you also can always count on Penny. If we were talking about Little Beer on the other side of the aisle for this one, I mean, for Rebels side of the story, Penny has been one of the main contributors for sure. And they're proving their worth once again. And it's not like it was like a terrible play out of Chicken Coop. It's just that, you know, the firepower was really not to their side. It could have worked, honestly, and there was a window there in which it could have been even a harsher wake-up call for Rebel, but nonetheless, it is not the case. And so, 2-0 we go, but finally Chicken Coop have a chance to strike back.
Yeah, the B90 actually is already out of the equation over here, and straight for the Galil. But now in a 2-0, thing is Chicken Coop really does have the firepower to fight back. Ooh, good nade actually landing right in the head of Jackro. A lot of damage. 43 HP. One enemy has been spotted. Over here, Suppa does take him down. Just retreats and repositions. Seems... Oh, look at that. Jackro with this 43 HP is actually able to take down Little Bear with a beautiful headshot from the AK-47. And now, he is being kind of expected on that position. A few shots coming in, but none of them actually killing him, taking him down. 45 seconds, Brox takes another kill. That might actually ring a couple bells over there, because they need to start moving forward. Bomb needs to get planted as soon as possible. That's only 2 players alive against 4. From so far away, Brock's not quite able to get that one. Freezy does instead with a beautiful shot from so far away, all the way from the catwalk position. And just defending with everything they got. Bagel trying to survive over here, takes another kill. Just 15 seconds. So that he can actually stop the bomb to get the bomb plant. But he's not quite able.
Man, that was so close. Such a tense position, but look at that. Toasty ice in those veins. Holding down the fort like it's nobody's business. Even when things could have perhaps been a bit more contentious at the very end, but not given the numerical advantage and Rebel not about to get caught off guard. It almost makes you wonder about that early sacrifice coming in on behalf of Chicken Coop. So, sacrifice quote unquote, because you do give out a cat position to be cleaned up in hopes that your teammate can, in the meantime, find something else. And yeah, that is the cleanup onto Little Beard that we were talking about. Oh yeah, at the end of the day, fortunately there, Bagel not able to do much more than to give them a bit of a scare, but not quite as much of a run for their money as perhaps the rest of Chicken Coop might have liked. And if we are talking about like the proficiency over here on the map, we can see Rebel definitely having a command in those 10 situations, and for the most part, they have had the numerical advantage when it matters most. So playing to, you know, set themselves up for success has worked out like a charm here for them.
Well, nothing with pistols to actually try to fight against the Rebels. Chicken Coops is in a very tough spot at the moment. MP9 in the hands of Sopa. Ooh, look at that. That's beautiful shot all the way, just shutting that down already. Yeah, trying to fight out from so far away with such a weapon, definitely not worth it. So he gets completely annihilated. And now, we already crossed the 1 minute mark. We already have 1 casualty. So we need to hit... Oh, look at that. You actually catch a little beer. Just like that, the T start moving forward into B side. That bomb's gonna get planted right now. And it's all down to only Freezy, Bagel, and Taggy to do something with their 3 pistols. I think this is not really looking good for them.
Yeah. We've been definitely been noticing that. This is the sheer amount of correct decision making that Rebel have been showing up. I wonder if that is going to be enough to kind of rattle Chicken Coop. You know, stir the pot a little bit. After all, we were talking about how perhaps from that very first victory, we were going to see the losing team from that first map, you know, a little bit shaken perhaps, a little bit quaking in their boots, but it doesn't seem to be the case, honestly, and perhaps it is exactly what Rebel needed right here. Of course, it's still far from done. Only the earlier portions of the map are through. But I think that Chicken Coop definitely do have the work cut out for them if Rebel continues to show this top dominance, because, I mean, they have yet to take even a single round here.
Shots over here actually landing. Penny getting that kill against Sopa. It's just about to get really hot in here. Penny takes another one as well. Tagging up before he actually takes another kill for himself. And that's only 3 players alive. In the case of Chicken Coop. Bomb's gonna get planted. Ooh. Look at that advance coming in. Brox.
Beautiful.
Backed up by the flash. Yep, that was incredible. That just puts Bagel on the spotlight once again. Getting 1 kill with the HE grenade, but he's only down to 4 HP. Is he gonna be able to do something over here as the clock is ticking against him? Once that the bomb has been planted and reached half the timer already, I think it's gonna be best for him to actually get away and just save that AWP for the next one.
I mean, perhaps in a better position or with a bit more health, there might have been a chance for him to actually try and make this a victory in the favor of Chicken Coop. However, with numbers already not in his favor and his health looking kind of sus, to say the least, it was time for a retreat. And at the very least, very successful in that regard, so. Bagel there, catching as good of a retreat as he could have, and even catching a couple of frags in the process. Even though it's, you know, it feels more like a consolation prize than not, especially given the fact that a good portion of his team is just not quite as well equipped. Hey, it could be worse, for sure. And right now, Super gonna immediately put that up, being saved by Bagel from that. Oh. Oh my god. Keep him coming.
Well, that was some really good shots coming in by the AWP. Just pretty much decimating, in this case, the terrorist force. So this could be the round that the Chicken Coops actually need for themselves. They desperately need one. I mean, that's a 0 and 5 on the score. Although they do actually have the upper hand on the global scoreboard, I mean, this is their chance to actually get everything done and just get that 2-0 for themselves. On the other side, Toasty racks up another kill for himself as well. Let's take it down to 8 HP. With 40 seconds on the clock, they have to take a decision. Are they actually going to try to fight for the B side? Or are they going to go for the rotation? Now, let's not forget, this is a CT-sided map. So the CTs should be able to rotate right here, even faster. And Bagel's going to take point over here to also make the call as soon as the enemy starts moving forward. But I think he's going to be more than enough to actually bring them down. No! He does not. Penny is the one getting that kill, just allowing the plan that this could go horribly wrong for Chicken Coop.
Oh man, so close yet so far. It seems to be the story. At the very least during this round 4, Chicken Coop and Toasty. Oh my god, gunning down Little Beer. Rizzy though, not about to let efforts from the rest of the team be for naught. However, Penny also had very different plans, and never mind that, but he also had an AK at hand. Gonna make a bit of a switcheroo right there, because of course, much more convenient for his team to have that AWP, but nonetheless, like I told you, Penny is a guy you can definitely trust, and even if he's not like up fragging or anything like that, just so effective with the tasks that are ahead. And you know, like I was talking in earlier, like having the ice on the veins in certain situations, I mean, you have to, it's a must really in when you're playing competitive. At the very least, I think you cannot afford to crumble under the pressure. And right now, Rebel, they did have to take it in the teeth, so to speak, for the first map. However, right now they are the ones dishing out the punishment. And what was looking so good for Chicken Coop after that start with those up shots courtesy of Supa, I mean, it all goes down the gutter. That is quite unfortunate, if I do say so myself.
Alright, let's see what is gonna happen in the future. Now, the previous round was not the best, honestly, as well as the previous 6 for Chicken Coop. But look at that, good advance. There you go. Not quite looking into that spot again. Penny was more than ready to actually answer. Now, they need to retreat. That's 3 players splitting into the apartments, and 1 player still waiting in Palace. Now, the problem over here is that there is nobody in the mid position, so something could happen. But it's a little bit too risky for Rebel to actually go for it. They do have the 4v4, so they decide to actually play numbers over here. And they are going to stumble upon 1 only player on A side. So this is going to be huge, as they're able to actually take him down as soon as possible. Of course, making sure that they can take point and check on all those positions. Backup is already there, however. Penny is the one getting that kill against Staggy. But we have Freezy already on the spot. Not quite able to deny the plant over here. Just gets a little bit too hesitant. So it gets planted, takes a little bit of damage with the HE, and there's a little bit with him. They need to make a move for it as fast as possible. That's less than 25 seconds already on the clock.
Greasy there, unfortunately, missing the praying part out of the spraying, because, man, that those prayers were not answered. Yeah, the Rebel looking clean. I mean, it was an even number situation, and they make the best of it. 7 in a row. Talk about a bit of demoralizing if you are Chicken Coop, especially after catching that first W. And after opening up, like, I feel like they've been getting these early advantages. They've been striking first blood. And in spite of all of that, Rebel are still capable of showing dominance time and time again. Matter of fact, 7 times back-to-back. From what we've seen, of course, I do not expect them to go completely clean, but this is looking even more tired by the second if you are ACT.
Good kill, Sub from far away. Good Penny. He's also doing a little bit of his dirty work over there. Well, this is definitely not looking good for Chicken Coop right now. I feel like maybe they know they're getting like completely decimated over here. And knowing that they also have one map for themselves, maybe they just decided to actually not get a little bit too, you know, too stressed out with this one. Like, they just want to play it safe and probably go for the other one. Maybe, even maybe, they're better actually on Ancient than what they are on Mirage. It's very possible, as Rebel right now has been showing off at the moment. That's another round for themselves. The Deagle is not gonna be enough to actually take down Penny over here. Just like that. Well, that's the tactical pause actually coming in by Chicken Coop. So it seems like they actually don't want to just give it up just like that. But that's a 0 and 8 on the scoreboard. That's no easy task to actually get back from that beating, honestly.
And again, Penny playing on fire here. Getting the most of the bulk of forces here for Chicken Coop on the previous round. And unfortunately, the aim has not quite been there. Neither has the firepower, to be honest. Not like... I mean, Chicken Coop have had a couple of chances to actually go for... to aim for the head, you know? And they just have not been able to capitalize in a single one of those instances. I mean, 9 rounds into the game... You've gone through the cycle a couple of times already, and Chicken Coop unfortunately have come out with the short end of the stick every single time. A bit of info here by Penny. Gotta be trying his same effective entries. Of course, to be made a bit easier with the support from Brox and the rest of the squad. We're now deciding, hey, it is time for us to look to a different horizon. The greener pastures of B, perhaps. Of course, not like there's much green around Mirage, but you know. A man can dream. And Revel, I don't think that they need to dream. All they have to do is continue doing exactly what they have so far. I mean, it's been, to say the least, an excellent bounce back from them. This would be over pretty soon, and this may yet be a short series, push comes to shove, because now you have... I mean, we were talking about momentum earlier on and how that first W was so important. Well, you strike back, and that is even more pressure, but okay. Finally something going right here, or is it for Chicken Coop?
Yeah, actually, one thing I was just about to say is that in this case, I don't think that it's just about dreaming. And, well, the thing about dreaming is that you can still keep on dreaming, or you can make dreams happen. And I think that's exactly what Rebel has been doing in this game. I mean, they are making those rounds being theirs. It doesn't really matter exactly where they go, it's just that they make it work. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, Brox right here is not quite able to do anything, but going for the defuse. I just hope that Jackro can actually take them down. They still want to stick onto it, but not able to do anything over here. That was not the best spray I've seen in a while. The bomb gets defused, and look at that. That's going to be the first one for the Chicken Coops. I truly thought it was going to be a 13-0, but in this case, speaking of dreams, there's not going to be a dream one for the Rebels. They already have one for themselves.
I mean, it was bound to happen, right? You just have so many chances to strike. This is exactly what I was saying. Like, whenever I see a lead like this, something has to be going horribly wrong for one of the teams. And one of them has to be absolutely playing on fire, right? Like, they are confounding things, for sure. I mean, they stack on top of one another. And we've definitely seen better from Chicken Coop, after all, on Anubis.
Yeah. Definitely.
They definitely play to the strengths of the map, and now they're pretty much letting that go. But hey, I mean, the chance is still there. We did see a very even Anubis for the most part. You know, a lot of back and forth action, pretty much till the very end of both halves, where one of the teams managed to completely take off. Well, completely as much as in a couple of rounds ahead, you know, but still. I mean, we know that Chicken Coop are capable of doing the deed, but see if they can actually rise up to the occasion when pressure is definitely a factor.
Yeah, let's not forget also that this is actually their pick. I mean, the previous one, Anubis, was picked by Chicken Coop, so it's kind of expected that they actually win that. And we should also be expecting Revel to be winning this one as well, kind of, right? But the thing is that you see Revel and you see the big difference of performance between the two teams. And like Anubis was a really pretty much back and forth. So although the Chicken Coops should have gotten all the advantage, we now see Rebel actually having such a huge advantage against them on their pick. It just tells me that if they go into a decider where Chicken Coop might not really be as strong as they were on Anubis, maybe Rebel is going to be the one getting that win for themselves on a 2-on-1. But as I see it right here, I mean, we are definitely going to go into a 1-1 and we are going to have a decider. But of course, I'm just getting ahead of myself right now. We still don't really know how things are going to go in the future. Now, of course, right here, it seems that we have a little bit of a pause. But let's just also talk about performance, precisely. Because even though Chicken Coop is having a really bad time, I mean, we can actually also see how Jackro only has 3 kills for himself. You can see all those kills on their team, like Brox has 10, Penny has 13, Mats has 7. I mean, it's not that much, but still useful. Toasty with 13 as well. And you can see Jackro with only 3 of them. That's pretty close to the bottom fragger of the game and the bottom fragger of Chicken Coop. But that's a whole other story, because that's Little Beer with only 1 kill.
Yeah. I was about to say, you saying that somebody has 3 frags at this point in the game, and you saying that they are close to the bottom frag, but they're not the bottom frag.
Yeah.
You have to wonder what is going wrong, you know. But Little Beer, who had been having a much better time on Anubis now, has for sure seen better days, and I don't know if that is going to continue to be the case here. Finally, Freezy gonna get refrag right there. Little Beer, a chance of redemption here, but do you get it indeed, finally? And getting rid of Penny nonetheless. Ooh, those are some excellent shots from Brax though. Taggy gonna be tagged up out of there, and Mads, excellent decision. The swing at the right moment, and that secures A for themselves. Now Little Beer all rests in their shoulders, and it is, well, I mean, I've seen better draws for sure.
And you know, I think it actually has a lot to do with what I mentioned at the beginning, that Mirage is a map in which just pure skill is not going to give it. Like, you actually have to bring something to the table. Like, you must, as a team, know strategies, like know exactly what you're going to do, like know all your smokes, know all your mollies, like be able to play as a team and not just rely on being able to land those kills. And it seems that's exactly the reason why Rebel is doing so good right now, and also the reason why they picked this map. They actually do go into this one, into Mirage, with knowing exactly what they wanted to do, how they wanted to do it, and just performing, like just doing that exactly, being consistent with the rounds. And it seems that Chicken Coop was actually just hoping for their skill to be more than enough to be the match they needed against Rebel, and it just doesn't work that way.
You said it at the beginning, man.
Yeah.
You definitely did. I mean, it is who brings the teamwork here. It is one of those maps which everyone is going to have, you know, a couple thousand hours, like you said. So it doesn't really come down to only experience, or maybe yes, as experience, but experience as a team. So Rebel definitely showing bad at this point in time. However, finally, at the very least, a little bit of consolation prize here for Chicken Coop as they do close out their participation in the CT side, but it is gonna be, a very steep hill for them to climb back on if they even want to make this look competitive, because so far it just has not been the case.
Well, we reached the end of the first half over here with a huge advantage coming in by this guys, but also just gonna take the time over here, Roy, to actually give a small shout out to one of our partners, in this case, of course, Steak. Because, well, everybody knows that right now we are running a promotion for the whole duration of the CCT. So you can actually go for a 200% welcome bonus on your first deposit up to $500. So all you're going to have to do is actually use the sign-up code CCT2024. And you can actually check on cct.gg/stake to read all the information about the promotion. So don't forget to use the code CCT2024. And you get a 200% welcome bonus on your first deposit, up to $500.
I mean, definitely that's a fair bit of money that you can make with that promo code. So I also encourage you guys to use it. Moment, USPs galore here, Super. Gotta make sure that it is all left to Brox, and what a start it has been for Chicken Coop. Like I said, they were gonna need to do a bit better. Well, a lot better than the previous appearance, if they even wanted to make it look competitive. And, well, it is a good start. It is a good start. I don't know if it's very promising, just given the large difference, but it is something,
Yeah, well, in this case, those $500 would have been wonderful, actually, for this guy. Probably with a better weapon, maybe just also having a duelist would have been great for him or his team to actually be able to get that round for themselves. Now, one thing that I have been noticing also is that maybe, just maybe, I mean, even if a map is actually CT-sided or T-sided, like, it all depends on what you actually feel more comfortable playing with, and especially how much hours and how much you actually practice as a team on one specific side than the other. So I think that I've seen both teams being more of a T-side players, right? We saw that on Anubis, and we are seeing it right now on this map as well. Like, both teams are performing great once that they actually reach the T-side. Right here, we see the Chicken Coops and already racking up 2 rounds for themselves. That is just wonderful to get that bomb planted in the end as well, a little bit more money. But while Rebel does have a huge advantage, and they should be able to buy right now, at least try to force something over here, so that they can actually fight against the Chicken Coops. But that's also a little pattern I noticed on this 2 previous games that we had.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are not afraid to spend their money, man. And sometimes you have to really maybe even if it's just for some reassurance, some self-reassurance, I should say, but you're perhaps a bit of a better fighting chance. Let's see if that indeed is the case. Heavy presence by Chicken Coop around the middle portion of the map. Of course, Penny's still not able to call out anybody. Little Beer, you're gonna get rid of Jackro. Jackro also someone that has been having a tough time. We were watching on those stats previously, and yeah, it is not looking too clean. Supa looking a lot better. Not like he has been looking terrible or anything like that, after all. But, I guess when you are down by like 8 rounds, there is always some room for improvement. Those different shots not really gonna find their mark in the best of ways, and so it is a cleanup for Chicken Coop, who are completely taking over. Now I have to ask, at what point do you really start to rattle your opponent? How many rounds back to back do you have to go for it to be actually a chance of, okay, we are getting bodied, pretty much, to, okay, we can make this happen? Because right now I'm still not seeing it, but I know that there is a point in which, that scale could be tipped over to the other side.
Well, it's definitely possible. If there's one thing I know about this game is that miracles can happen, and I am one of the kind of guys that believes in miracles, especially on Counter-Strike. So, it's still 5 rounds to go to actually reach the Rebels. Still not enough to actually get that, get the win or the overtime in case needed. But right now we do see Revel with good weapons. We do see an AWP in the hands of Brox. We all know that is really, really, really powerful, and he might actually give it good use right now because the enemy is moving forward on that position. Let's see how it goes. Here comes a molly, try to stop them back. And look at that. Over here, we have a little bit of a beautiful entrance with an amazing flash from Little Beer as well, allowing Bagel to go in, not without getting dinked down to 12 HP. But that's already one casualty for themselves. Beautiful shot. Sopa winning that one against Penny. As soon as he actually spots them. And those shots coming in by Jackro. Not quite missed, but Freezy goes in just to claim his life as well. Good stuff. I like what I see coming in from Rebel in this on this one. We're trying to defend all those positions. But we're down to a 1v2 right now. And Brox with the AWP, is he going to be able to get it done?
Man, Freezy with the hot hand right now. A couple of crucial kills that he just got. And of course, we're talking about Brox and that AWP. However, let's not forget that Chicken Coop have that same luxury of being able to play at a distance with that up that Bagel had. And, well, as that plant transpires, the lead that a Rebel still have continues to shrink down. Little by little. Coop not even in need of having to make some extra readjustments, at the very least not for their T side, really. Surprising just how much, perhaps even a change in mentality in how they're able to you know, conduct themselves throughout the map. I hate to be the type of guy that says, well, maybe it's just the vibe that they're feeling right now, but sometimes it's all you need, you know? Sometimes just switching sides, it's more than enough for you to feel that extra bit of confidence and for things to really start clicking. So far, at the very least, Coop have found a bit of momentum to their side.
Well, it's been a really interesting game, honestly. Chicken Coop right now. I mean, how many rounds on a row have they won? Like, probably 5, I believe? Or was it 4? Can't really remember. But right now, they're having a good time, at least, trying to get back on track. Of course, Rebel doesn't really go for the buys over here. They did get the loss bonus, but they choose to go for the Eagles. And of course, Gabler. Try to stop the enemy on their tracks. Ooh, a couple shots not quite landing against the enemy head. So Penny goes down, but also a little bit of damage against Freezy. At 59 HP. Might be just enough over here. If he tries pushing forward for just a couple league shots to be more than enough. One player on Firebox, one a sandwich. Just patiently waiting for something to happen. Because right now, Chicken Coop has only 30 seconds. Making the move. And the bomb actually rotates. Instead of going B side, they actually push forward into A. That's a beautiful double kill coming in. Jackro! Amazing shots with the Deagle, but Little Beer is right there to actually sow chaos into the enemy's hearts as well with the AK-47. Now 10 seconds. If they can actually stop this, that would be more than enough. But no, it does not happen. Little Beer takes another kill over here. And oh boy, that was a really close round for Chicken Coop, actually. Not quite making it into the bomb plant.
That's a play from Little Beer, to be honest. Cutting off the only angle that could have caused any amount of troubles for his team. Oh, Toasty, you do not let those go. Supa, though. Gotta find a cleanup nonetheless, and so does the rest of Chicken Coop. Don't call it a comeback quite yet, but man, oh man, it is starting to look a lot closer. that which was an 8-round difference now reduced to only 3. So going from absolutely impossible to, hey, yeah, we can do this, I'd say one more round and we are starting to enter territory in which Rebel are gonna have to start, you know, pondering a little bit about some of those decisions. Perhaps they might have liked to take an extra second or two with some of their pauses. Maybe even just reset, you know? But, well, it's not like it's all over after all. The main advantage of having such a big lead is exactly this, that you can afford to drop quite a few rounds and you are still in the clear, or should still be in the clear. But I mean, economically speaking, if Rebel don't get their stuff together soon, this could definitely be a sour taste left in their mouths if they, I don't want to say choke this one away, but kind of. I mean, that would be as the finish that would come up.
Oh man, if the Rebels actually don't rack this one up as soon as possible.
Wow.
Yeah, things are not looking good for them. What is happening? I mean, Rebels actually came in really, really strong with a huge advantage, and right now, it seems that Chicken Coop, I don't know, man, but it could just be that they said, hey, you know what, we already gave them a little bit too much advantage. Let's just go ahead and start trying again. Because the way that they had been playing, oh, look at that shot by Suppa just landing right through the box against the enemy's head. That was amazing. Of course, it was the last player alive over there, doing everything he could. But my god, how many rounds have they gotten for themselves? Round after round after round. And they're getting so close, it's a 10-8. They have not been allowing Rebel to breathe. They just got him on a chokehold.
That was nasty.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean,
oh, how's the saying go? Like, Rome wasn't built in a day? Well, I don't know. They're trying to speedrun, the building an entire city out here, an entire city of success. However, Mads, but it'll stop. One of their best players, one of their best performers right now, Suppa, has been stellar all the way throughout. And pretty much matching up with the things he has been able to do so far. And even though this is not a round in which Rebel are very likely to come out on top, you need some sort of reassurance. Boy, this is about to be a one-round map, and after all, there was definitely a time in which that looked all but impossible. Chicken Coop pretty much willing victory into existence.
oh god.
Pure power of the mind that is making this happen. Penny fires a couple of blind shots. One will find its mark, but not much more than that. And you know, well, at the very least, Rebel do know that now it's clutch-up time. Now it is where it really counts, and we have set ourselves up for success in that regard. And, well, a couple of extra bucks in their pockets. That is going to mean that, yeah, their fighting chance to finally make a push towards the finish line, it's finally here, but I kind of think it has to be here, or Chicken Coop are just going to run them over.
I mean, that's exactly why I said I actually believe in miracles, and they happen all the time. Look at that right now. We do have the 10-9 on the scoreboard from such a huge advantage the Rebels actually had against the Chickens. But, yeah, things are not looking good for them. Finally, they are able to buy, though, so things shouldn't go as harsh right now. They have an AWP, they have the Enforce, so maybe that should be enough to actually get back on track. But imagine just being so close to the win and still not quite grasping it. And look at that, Suppa just running in, no help, and just still gets a kill against the enemy with the AWP. Takes his time to actually aim down the sights, get that kill for himself. Now let's see right here if Mats can actually defend against the player. Yes, just quite. Taggy does go down, but Mats does not go unscathed. Takes down to 19 HP. That would be around, oh, I'm sorry, I'm so bad at math, but that would be 81 HP? Yeah. But well, I mean, just 1 minute on the clock. 4v4. Things pretty much even over here. But still plenty on time for the chickens to actually make the move. Smoke on the apartments just around the corner. Bagel with the bomb.
Boy.
This is gonna be tough, but I can tell they're waiting for probably 35 seconds to actually make the push. Playing time against the enemies. Trying to see if that's gonna be more than enough to actually... Oh, there we go. 35-second push. That's gonna be the first kill.
Okay. Oh! Zappa, not to be slowed down, my goodness gracious, and that is one hell of a break right there. Perfect coordinated move. And Mats, who pretty much was the only one to find any sort of success, now is gonna have to tail it out of there. And try and survive for a fighting chance in the future, really. Not much else left to be said. I think a Heimlich maneuver is required around this parts. I don't know what else to tell you. Chicken Coop looking to be on fire. I mean, what a regain it has been ever since the start of the second half for them. That is a big W there, nonetheless, for Revel. As they will take anything that they can carry with themselves to the next round. But one more shot is at the very least going to be required. They push from both ends. And, oh, unfortunately, picking at the wrong time right there. And would have been nice, but fighting tooth and nail till the bitter end. And would you have guessed it? Would you have guessed it, my friend? We are even once again. It's let's imagine like this was a back and forth ordeal all the way through, because this has been kind of crazy, to be honest. Just the way that Chicken could have been able to regain absolute control of the match, and now that first W that they have, I think, is gonna start weighing a bit heavier on Rebel's minds from here on out.
Yeah, they also denied Mads the opportunity to bring up her weapon or the AWP. Right now, look at the turret force just coming in so strong, so aggressively. Just they want to make sure that this is gonna be theirs. The chickens are so close to actually grasping that win. Brux takes the kill over here. Toasty does the same. Takes a double as well. Brux goes down as Frizzy gets that kill. But now it's all down to Frizzy against a 1v2. The Molly forces him out of that position. Ooh, and Toasty gets that kill. Finally, Revel getting that one round they so much needed after so long. Whew. That was a very intense round, and Revel right now is just barely getting closer and closer to the win. But still, Chicken Coop, they just did everything they wanted. They mopped the floor with Rebel for pretty much 10 rounds up to this point.
Oh boy. It only took them 8 rounds, but they got there. Finally, 11 on the scoreboard, and Rebel, much like you said, they, I think, breathe a heavy sigh of relief as they prove to themselves, okay, we are still in it. That is perhaps the most important part of this whole ordeal, is fight your own demons in a way in which, of course, you can at the very least bring the best of your abilities towards the game. Perhaps that last round was a statement coming in from Rebel that they are ready to do just that. But, of course, I think the W is still up in the air, especially with the pressure of that first victory being already delivered by Chicken Coop. They've worked their butts off, to say the least, to make it to this point. And I don't think that they are gonna be letting go of such a situation all nilly-willy. I think that we are gonna see a fight to the bitter end here from both ends, actually.
Alright, well, let's just hope that the Chicken Coops can actually do something over here. Because they're so close to actually reach the winning point. I mean, they have the one on the global before this one on Anubis. And I'm just surprised. The problem is that they actually changed all the perspective I had about this game and the next one if there happens to be one. I was saying that the Rebels might have actually have the advantage on the next one on Ancient, but right now it just seems that Chickens are just straight up a little bit better over here, because they were able to rack up all of those rounds, and you can tell that they also have all that adrenaline on them, because they're moving forward aggressively, they're getting those kills, like, just the way they're moving, look at that. Just go straight up for the kill. Beautiful, playing over here, defending on that position. Enemy was not expecting that. Now the flash might not be enough, and it is, and Suppa does get that kill against Benny. Look at that, Toasted defending. Ooh, not quite able to get the second one, a little bit. Now the bomb is gonna get planted, and he has to defend over here. Now they know there is one on the market.
Oh yeah, and Little Peter definitely heard that as well. The 1 and 2 has been set up, however, Jackro definitely has a shot, playing anti-flash right there, beautifully so. They came towards the window, no, expecting the approach coming in from the door.
Oh,
Not reacting there in time, Suppa. Gonna put him out of commission, and seems like we've reached once again that point at which these teams are ready to trade the blows back and forth.
well, that was huge. I mean, that was a really, really nice round coming in by the Chickens, and to be honest, that's 11 and 11 once again. So we just reached the point of the back and forth once more, instead of just having the huge advantage. But right now, I can see the Chickens actually winning this one, and I can see the Chickens just getting the 2-0 on score. Oh no, missed shot, and that one, oh, against enemies with no weapons? That is horrible. Huge mistake right there coming in by Suppa. But still, I mean, Rebels right now, they don't really have money, so the Chickens, in theory, should be able to wreck this round for themselves as well.
Yeah, Suppa not looking too super right there, unfortunately. See, Toasty, does he find a shot? Bunch of freezer right there. Answer right in front of our very eyes. Whew. Oh, this is so tense. Oh my god, no way. No way you set up the 1-on-1 here. Toasty now also equipped with an AK in his very hands. Bagel somehow managing to survive the first bout of aggression right there coming in from Toasty. Gonna try to make this one materialize pretty much out of nowhere. But now that may have been a dead giveaway of what is going on. I'm playing that a little bit too far from comfort. Bagel also not quite healthy enough, but he just buys enough time for this to blow up into the heavens. So at the end of the day, he didn't really have to do much else other than that. Of course, Toasty would rather keep this AK for himself rather than end all blown up. However, this, which was an absolutely crucial round, Rebel fight tooth and nail, but they let go of it. And it is Chicken Coop the ones that are ready to strike first. Unless, of course, Rebel wants to force out this OT.
One more round, my guy. That's all it takes for the Chickens to actually claim the win for themselves. A very important win, actually, because this is going to set up the pace of what they can actually do on the tournament. So, right now the Chickens seem to be wanting to push into B side. They send out a scout in this case. Just trying to do a little bit of noise, checking for the rotations on the enemy. And Freezy on mid, just trying to fight for that mid control as well. If he happens to catch an enemy off guard for a quick kill, getting advantage. Look at that, Jack, we're taking a lot of damage from the molly. That was huge. Asters with one of his own. But it's not gonna be dealing any damage. In this case, they just decided to retreat instead. Oh my god, look at that. 13 HP Jackro already. 55 seconds on the clock. It seems like it's gonna be another one of those slow rounds. We can see the B underpass. In this case, rotation from the tourists. And the chickens, although they are the attacking force, they are playing really passively, patiently. Oh, one of them has been spotted. Yep, that was a little hit. And that's gonna ring a bell for the CTs. Look at that, 2 kills coming in. But Freezy comes in to take one for himself as well.
Oh!
I think that's gonna be more than enough, Roy, to actually stop the chickens on their tracks.
It should be. I mean, what else do you want from me, they say? And close it out in style. 12 to 12, it will be so. This is not quite over yet.
Whew. Well, it seems we are going to have the overtime. I really thought the chickens had this one back in the game on their pockets, but let's not forget about how they actually got back on track. From being 10 rounds behind the enemy, they were actually able to get the 12th one, and even though they don't get the win for themselves with a 2-0, at least they have a chance on this overtime to not go ahead and jump into the third game, which would have been on Engine. So now that they know all the enemy strategies, they should be able to just do even better over here and go for the win. Now let's see how it goes, as we have Rebel moving forward and a little bit too aggressive, honestly, for being on the CT side. Look at that, couple shots. Yep, they're landing. Jackro claims the first blood of the round. Something goes down already.
That is big. Here comes the aggression. They're gonna be pushed back a little bit. And now that smoke not gonna allow him any sort of angle right now. Oh, catching Jackro. Just trying to conceal himself for a second. That is not gonna work out, and what a heavy position that they just took care of, and what a reaction right there from Taggy. However, Brox gonna hit one of his own. He is put out of commission now. Mats is the one nearest in the vicinity. Freezy gonna come into contact immediately so, and taking care of things is Freezy. Continues to not only survive but also dish out as much pain as he can while he's still breathing. They're taking quite a bit of damage, and Toasty, you might as well make an attempt for it. But yeah, it was never going to be an easy approach, not on a 1v3, and Taggy, of course, claims the victory for his team. Perhaps a little bit later than they might have liked, but hey, nonetheless, the 13 is still going to be there on the side of Chicken Coop.
Well, getting as much advantage as possible on the first round of overtime. That was a funny one over there. It's definitely very, very important. It's going to set up the pace. What's going to come next? Now, the chickens still claiming the advantage. Now they're just moving forward through the apartments. There's 2 people over here. Be very careful. Penny's going to get that one for himself. Actually looks back and sees all those players in there. Doing a little bit of damage. Ooh, good stuff. Toasty from the other side takes down Little Beer. And Jack takes down Taggy. Not before he takes one for himself. So that's the refrag and Bagel. Already inside takes down Toasty. Well, that was a lot of fire over there. A lot of kills. We are down to only 1 player alive. That's going to be Suppa with 19 HP and an AWP in his hands. I don't really think he's going to be able to do much over here. But yeah, things just got a little bit more interesting. I think it could be possible.
Gonna require quite a lot, but possible for sure. And especially here in OT, where you can afford to play a bit more recklessly, quote unquote. I think for sure there is a world in which this happens, especially given that he had more than enough time. Of course, as soon as any sort of sound is made, he's going to be called out, and already Brox and Mats are on the move. That's if Jackro doesn't manage to clean this one up from the get-go. And set it up and run away seems to be the plan there. If they can get rid of this before it becomes, of any more importance. The
You can actually
longest
stop it
rotation.
right here would be huge.
Oh, okay.
Nice play coming in by Brax, actually stopping Supper right there on his tracks. But that could have been really, really interesting to see it work out. I mean, he drops the nade in hopes that the one with low HP was doing something, and he could have actually get that kill with the AWP from far away, but they were smoked out, so it was not gonna be possible. Really well played though. I mean, it's just he tries to run it forward, and look at that. Yeah, that was a huge kill. But well, there we have it. That's 13 and 13, so it's still not over, and we still don't really know exactly who is gonna have the advantage. Oh, but the T's are moving forward aggressively towards the apartments, and there's one player right there, Toasty, actually waiting.
Ooh.
Great shot coming in by Sopa, takes him down with the AWP, and now they start moving forward aggressively, getting that bomb planted as fast as possible. Gonna try to get that timer from 125 to 30 as fast as they can.
And Black comes immediately. Still low. Plenty of numbers on the side of Rebel. Not the best position though, not when you're facing Suppa, who has already found success in this round, and he is about to strike again, perhaps looking at the smoke. Not letting anybody come across. Maggie playing a crucial role right here, and the setup is just too airtight for Rebel to really break through, so that is going to be a round of victory at the end of this first half in OT for this side of Chicken Coop. They are back exactly where they don't want to be. We did see them struggle quite a bit on their CT rounds. However, like I said, perhaps it's all about that shift in mentality, because now, I mean, they should be, in theory, favored. And also, they're not going to have to worry about their economy as in regulation. So, you know, it's perhaps the mental boost that they need to make this come to fruition for their own. But it's all about making that play first, so let's see if Rebel can indeed catch up, or do we have a striking chance here for Chicken Coop?
Well, here we go. Second half of the overtime. Good kill coming in by Penny. In this case, Jack Crow.
Oh, woo.
That's 3 kills coming in already, so Chicken Coop. Once again, it seems that we might have... Yeah, I think it's definitely what I mentioned. I mean, it's just both teams are good playing on the T side. And it just shows up. Like, right now, we've had 2 matches already, and with the overtime, I think you can definitely see that happening. Tidy over here. Still defending, though. Woo. Gets claimed. What a beautiful shot to the head from Toasty. Well, that's going to be another one. In this case, for Rebel. And getting things back on the tie, on the score.
So I might have to ask, do you think there's a specific reason why both of these teams feel more comfortable on the attacking side? I mean, it's been a trend for sure, like you pointed out. Do you think there's any particulars as to why that is?
Well, first of all, I think it's just being able to play with numbers. I mean, as a team, you definitely do have an advantage doing that. So if you have a strategy, it's better to have an aggressive strategy with 5 people than you do with probably 2 on one side, 2 on the other, and 1 on mid. I think that's one factor that needs to be considered. I also think that it's the power of the AK-47. I mean, definitely, it's easier on the economy. I mean, for certain reasons, you do have better penetration, better firepower as well. Like, it just makes you feel more confident, like knowing with one shot's gonna be more than enough to take one player down. It just makes you go for the headshots rather than the body shots, like unconsciously. Let's remember that that's something that needs to be trained, to be honest. And I feel like when they are on the turret side, they just feel stronger, so they're able to flow with the strength that their brain makes them think they have. So that could be the possibility.
Because I was about to say an answer similar to that. I appreciate the entire explanation. I was about to say something along the lines of I think it's just more confidence, right? Like, I mean, it is perfectly summed up by exactly what you said. I mean, the power of the AK perhaps is just that. I don't know if to call it placebo effect, because there's definitely something of that, but for the most part, just being able to develop. However, right now the T's are not having a very fun time. Brox misses the first shot, not for a second time though. But with Suppa still at the ready here, it's going to be a very tough approach. Oh, that is a crucial miss right there. There was an opportunity. There was a world in which Toasty and Brox were able to bring it down to a 2-on-1, but in their favor. Now, though, Chick and Coop are indeed within a striking distance. And man, can they finally close this out in 2-0 fashion, or will Rebel keep on fighting, on struggling against the calling of the night here? Let's see though. Can they avoid going to bed early here? Or will they be forcefully put to sleep? Suppa says. Well, they're definitely trying to just put an end to this.
Chicken Coops, they do have a chance over here. Already claimed the first plot, so that's a bit of an advantage. And look at what's going on Cat. I mean, there's one player over there, just around the corner with the enemy. Of course, right now, a rotation coming in. 2 players going for the apartments.
Oh. Penny see Freezy there.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be able to. Look at that. He actually called for one teammate.
Oh.
He's making the call, but just doesn't really want to squeeze the trigger. Like, maybe they're just trying to bait them out.
Yeah, I mean, that is tough. I mean, you have to, you know, tip your hat off to Chicken Coop, because they just were making sure that they had the angle covered in case there was anybody else there to push. Of course, we know that the push was coming from the apartments. However, checking those boxes, for sure they're trying to guarantee this. However, it may not yet come to pass. They have to still get rid of Brox, but Suppa pulling out the eagle, and we do have a victory here.
Well, that was a very interesting final round, to be honest, if I can call it that. I mean, that free kill they actually got is pretty much what allowed Chicken Coop to get that final round of the overtime. Yes. And that just means we have the 2-0. I mean, against all odds, I really thought that Rebel was going to do something on this one, especially after the wonderful initiation that they had against the Chickens. I mean, they were pretty much 7 rounds, 8 rounds against them, and they reached the point in which the enemy had to go back all the way to 10 rounds just to get the tie. And still, they were not only able to get that overtime, they actually arrived to the 12-point first. And then just on the overtime, they made sure that they got that win they so much needed. That is gonna be it for this best of 3 match. We already have our winner, but what a beautiful, beautiful play by Chicken Coop in the end. You can tell that these guys were definitely playing with Rebels. I mean, they had what it takes from the beginning. They just wanted to give a little bit of an advantage. I don't really know exactly what happened, but hey, I mean, shout outs to the roster. These guys did a wonderful job.
Oh yeah, I mean, the Chicken Coop coming out on top, and they will live to tell the tale this time around. Like you said, perhaps they just wanted to make this one a bit more interesting, but there we have it. I mean, a mighty fine comeback on their end to make this 2-0 happen, and so what a start this has been to their Swiss rounds. So exactly what you want to do, if I'm being honest, and that also carries over, I think, to perhaps their next encounters. You know, perhaps that is going to also give them that confidence boost, like we were talking about. It just it builds upon itself. So perhaps we will be seeing an even more confident Chicken Coop come forward.
Yeah, well, that's all that we are gonna have for this, guys, today. But we still do have another match coming up in just a couple minutes. So everybody just go ahead and get ready, because we are gonna have a Lotus FE against the MCS Gaming in just a couple minutes, like I mentioned. Just go ahead, get ready, grab a snack, get something to eat, because things are just gonna get just as interesting or even more, as we're still looking for our champion of champions. Welcome back, everybody. We are getting more than ready once again, as we should be jumping into the next game as soon as possible. Now, of course, I think something is going on over here. Let me try to fix that. Well, as soon as possible, we're actually just gonna jump around to see what happens against these two teams, which is none other than Lotus and MCS. So things are gonna get really, really interesting between these two teams, because right now, I hope you guys had actually gotten more than enough to eat, got your drinks and everything in just a couple of minutes, waiting until these guys get ready. Everything should be good to go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just in case you missed it, I mean, Chicken Coop and Revel was one banger of a series, if I do say so myself. Unfortunately, there, Rebel getting the short end of the stick. But Chicken Coop, they definitely showed quite a bit of promise right there. Let's see what they can do forwards in this Swiss groups. But talking about that, can we show the peeps over here how the teams are doing with their standings for their first encounters here in the Swiss rounds? And yes, indeed, we do have them at their ready. For the most part, we've seen a lot of 2-0s, but we have had a couple of close calls, namely In Control versus Akimbo and Regain versus Kraken, which perhaps for a couple of those teams went closer than expected, but nonetheless, I mean, we already have our groups pretty much decided for the second bout of action. The ones remaining are, of course, like my good friend mentioned here, Lotus and MCS Gaming, which are, of course, the last ones to play. And I think it can be very, very promising. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what both of these teams can offer, especially right after such a match that was so intense with such a big comeback like the one that Chicken Coop managed to pull off on Mirage.
Yeah, honestly, also, this is going to be the last game of today, to be honest, so it's pretty understandable if any of these guys will actually be kind of tired. But still, I mean, they should, if anything, if they had been playing throughout the day, probably just warmed up those fingers more than any other team, so they should be able to perform just as expected. So let's see how it goes over here from Lotus and MCS, as they are gonna clash on this best of 3, and we still need to check on what we are, or well, who is gonna be the better roster in this case, which is what we should be jumping into right now to see what are the players that are going to give us the show we are expecting from them today.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at those rosters, if we do have them, of course, to show. And for starters, we do have a Lotus right here. We have a Sasu, Dokis, a Gadfly, Cyclone, and Bleh. So this is going to be the roster that is going to be representing Lotus this time around. Like you said, perhaps they have already been warming up. And of course, if you are about to play a match, then you better be at the ready. So very much looking forward to what they can do for starters to kick off their encounters here in the Swiss rounds for the North American region. But with that being said, also let's take a look at MCS Gaming, because I mean, what can they offer for this one?
Well, and of course, in the case of MCS, these are the guys that are gonna give us the show we should be expecting right now. I really hope that they are able to blow up some heads, and of course, more than anything, to entertain every single one of us who are just getting reunited over here, because we are just about to see Snufafu, Scorchy, Ogura, Goodbye, and Oxarka in action in just a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, totally. But talking about that, we also are going to have to take a look at where this match is going to be developing towards. So let's take a look at the videos if we can, of course, to just give a quick rundown of how things might be developing over here. So for our first ban, let's take a look. It looks like MCS Gaming is going to get rid of a nuke. So for an answer, Lotus are going to be banning Dust 2. MCS Gaming, in turn, are going to be getting their first pick, which is Mirage. So we are going to be making it back to Mirage once again. And that last Mirage was one hell of a map. So I am very much excited to see what they can do here. And of course, Anubis, also another map that we've already seen, even though it was a bit more back and forth action for the most part. So it seems like we're gonna have pretty much the same rotation of maps. Perhaps the order a little bit changed up, but if push comes to shove, we will see Ancient as a decider, much like it would have been in our previous match.
Yeah, I mean, right here we can see that we're going to have Mirage first rather than Anubis. And in this situation, just like I always mention, I mean, Mirage is a map in which everybody has thousands and thousands of hours. If you haven't been here for the previous map, I'm just going to repeat myself, of course. The thing is that Mirage is always a map that everybody knows. Everybody knows how to play. Everybody can play. So skill alone is not going to save you. If you really do want to perform as expected, you need to bring something new to the table. You need to bring good coordination with your team, and you need to bring strategies. If you're just hoping as a team that skill is going to be more than enough to actually come out on top, that is not going to happen. Not specifically on Mirage. And of course, Anubis, it's kind of a newer map, if you want to call it that. I mean, for the competitive pool. So it's definitely something new. There's a lot of players who don't really like it. So it is really nice to actually see it right here, because it's very similar in a certain way to Ancient. I mean, it's kind of action-packed, a lot of little corners where you can actually hide and try to get those kills. And of course, this one is one of the few maps that actually do give a bit of advantage to the T side. So it's always refreshing to see it on the pole, to see who can actually play better on the aggressive team rather than on the defense.
True, and much of the same, like you pointed out, can be said about Ancient, which of course we will get to talk about when we get there. For the meantime, we're going to be having MCS start on the T side. Let's see what Lotus can do. I mean, we saw earlier how perhaps the T's sometimes are emboldened by the weaponry that they're able to get a bit later, but right now it seems like Gadfly is starting things off quite nicely. Look at that. I mean, a couple of frags already. She even get one more indeed. Oh, it was a triple, a little bit cut short perhaps, but it is a nice answer also on behalf of MCS Gaming, but the 1 and 2 had already been set up, and it was just a matter of tapping it in. So it is a quick victory here for Lotus, who kicked things off quite in the right manner.
Yeah, well, that's really good, actually, because that's, as always, going to give them a lot of advantage for the second one, so you know what happens. I mean, if you win one, if you win the first, you should definitely be expecting to win the second as well, as you're going to have the firepower on your behalf. Many things can be different, of course. I mean, it could definitely be miracles happen at this game, as we actually noticed on the previous Best of 3 as well. And I'm one that always believes in miracles. But right now, with, I mean, MCS against rifles and MP9s, they're just going to have a hard time. They pretty much just run it right through mid and connector. They just get annihilated over here. So, yeah, kind of expected.
Yeah, 1-2 punch, quick and easy here for Lotus. I mean, on the back of those 3 frags on the first round from Gadfly, I mean, it was a bit of a tense situation, but this one not so much, as they are able to fully capitalize onto that and get themselves a bit of a bonus round. So MCS Gaming finally making it towards those AKs and a couple of Galils too that they can bring, or if we're gonna see well, yet another kind of streak, as we've seen previously, as it was the case before when we saw Rebel play here. They got like an 8 rounds ahead, 9 at one point, I do believe, but it was all for naught at the very end. However, I am not expecting this one to go in exactly the same way. However, see here, moving forwards, quite a few frags to their name already, but Ogura also joining in the party.
Well, bomb has been planted, so the timer is running against the CTs right now. This is a 5v3 situation retake. Now, we do have the players pretty much already on position, and one around the corner for Cyclone over here. Ooh, it's Oxarka actually winning that one. Cyclone answers with a beautiful triple kill over here. Gets shut down through the spots, but nope, he's not quite able to get the other one. Beautiful triple nonetheless, but it was just way too much to be fighting a 1v5 pretty much in this position.
Oh man, I mean, Cyclone, a brave challenge right there, and I have to think still a couple of bullets in that M4, and that story might have gone differently. Forced to pull out a USB and still welcoming the challenge, just not meant to go their way. So excellently done there by MCS Gaming, holding down the fort, but it was a scary situation nonetheless. And if we were going to be seeing the same type of aggressiveness coming in from Lotus, I mean, you can already see the confidence that is dreaming in the squad. So absolutely Cyclone, I mean, trying to be the propeller for their squad. Interestingly enough, here Blaze gonna be set up already. Let's see if Snufafu and the rest of the T's can make it through the apartments, or if they're even gonna take the risk. Of course, that smoke should be enough to discourage them from pushing Nillywood.
Well, just a little bit of calm before the storm. No blood has been shed over here. And we already reached the 1 minute mark. So, seems like it's gonna be... Oh, look at that. Enemy has been spotted. And just the leg shots are more than enough for Gadfly to actually get the first blood over here. So that's gonna ring a bell for the CTs also to start looking to a certain spot. And try to wait for the enemy to actually come in through the apartments. Of course, we do see the utility as well. And with the timer too short, we're gonna start the rotation moving. Careful though, because one of them is still lurking from behind. Right now, we see a couple trades. Alright, good kills over here. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, but look at that. We just reached the 1v2, but one of them is out of the equation already. A Cyclone once again. Beautiful double claimed, and no, not quite able to get that deal for himself. Ogura just finishes the deal, gets it done for his team, gets the money plant as well, and that's gonna be the 2-1-2 on the score. Really close for Lotus.
Wow, it was almost another heroic play from the Canadian player, but Cyclone unfortunately stopped dead in their tracks. It does give a chance for MCS Gaming to actually regain a little bit. As it is back to pistols here for Lotus. But we've seen better days here for MCS as well. It is not like they're going to be running for power. Things may still be out of control, of course. More often than not, when we do see teams get ecoed, it is the T's that are actually sporting those pistols. And with Zafafus hitting shots like those, it is all the more difficult. They are not given a single chance for their opponents to strike back, and so it is a clean round, but of course it was expected there from MCS given their advantage.
Well, things are looking good for MCS right now. I mean, they just claimed the 1 round for themselves over here against the Lotus, but I do have to say, I mean, regarding personal skill, I see Lotus going a really far way. They're being answering perfectly, getting those beautiful doubles, triple kills as well. We still need to see Sasu actually claiming 1 kill at least, to see what he's capable of. But I feel like he's just being entry fragging. Well, not fragging, but just going in first. Being the one going down first, which is always the one that gives information to his team. It's also useful, even if you don't get a kill, as long as you can actually give them as much as possible with your life. Well, right now, it seems that the T's are starting to rotate towards the spawn and moving forward A side. So it seems they just made up a ruckus over there and now just decided to actually push forward using numbers. There's one of them starting the rotation and one of them on mid taking care of the cross. So right now, Lotus, any player should start moving forward as fast as possible. Oh, another rotation as well. So it seems they're just... Look at that. They're just playing with the time, but also playing with the rotations from the enemy. So they're forcing them into A side so that they can actually go all the way around once again. And look at that, Ogura actually takes the chance, goes down, but takes down the only player that was available on that position, as well as Goodbye flanking the enemy, just patiently waiting around the spot. Look at that bomb planted, plays aggressive, gets that kill, goes down. Cyclone is the one getting that kill. I mean, we've seen her actually be able to pretty much rack up 3 kills, almost to 5k, but I think it's not gonna be possible on this one. Like, everybody just went down so fast. It was beautifully played by MCS, honestly. That was really big brain time.
Yeah, from hitting the flank to actually getting all the frags right there. This is the play that started it all. Ogura being the enabler for the squad, even if, of course, at the end had to pay with his life, but it was, I guess, for the greater good if you are MCS Gaming. On the other end, Lotus now trailing by a bit, and unfortunately they're going to be forced into little to no rapid fire here. Only an MP to their name, and Snafafu is just dealing in the pain right now. There's the boys in yellow continuing on their tear to Ruby. And that should be all she wrote. As MCS continue to develop their early game. I mean, it was a nice way for them to do so. And, of course, still very early. If you're Lotus, there's still plenty of a chance to bounce back.
Yeah, to be honest, I really like the way the Lotus actually started the game. I mean, they were doing a wonderful job. Especially, well, those beautiful kills coming in by Cyclone. I mean, she was definitely being a pain in the butt for MCS. But it seems that they actually just adapted right now and are just taking them down as fast as they can. They're having really aggressive rounds with the T side, and that final play we saw, it was just perfect. So I think, well, this from the previous round, right? The one in which they actually rotated 3 times. I think that was amazing. But it seems that once the Lotus is able to just get back at the game over here, just to adapt to the strategies, they should be able to perform, because they do have what it takes. I mean, we have seen those kills falling in. Right now, just went into a little bit of a pause over here, just making sure that everything is fine with the players. But yeah, I mean, MCS also does have the advantage of the numbers. We saw already how that actually works out when it's just played correctly. And it's not easy being on the CT side, we all know that. You just gotta rely a little bit too much on the utility. Well, jumping forward, this is gonna be round number 8. MCS still in the advantage, 3 rounds to be exact. So it's not too far ahead, but still, 1, 2, 3 rounds. It's still a little bit of wait.
Hey, ooh, great first pick there by Sasu.
There it is, the kill.
She's gonna go a long way. Look at that. Look at that. And like you mentioned, the frags, once they start, they just keep on flowing. Lotus, they seem to have finally caught a break. I mean, took them a bit to reestablish themselves, but they are back with full force. Rebel stuff here. So far, I mean, about as dominant of a round as you could ask for. And that little bit of extra time definitely seems to have been paying off. I mean, nobody even dying seems to have been the main command. I want every single one to survive, they said, and so they did. Lotus, it is a big answer coming in from them. Perhaps still a couple of rounds away from catching up. However, it was a statement, if I do say so myself.
Alright, just getting ready over here for the next round. We'll jump forward. Well, that's a little bit of a molly, just stopping the enemy in case they actually wanted to go for a rush. But it seems that's 3 players. Ooh, heavy shot actually, but still missed. Not quite getting the kill, but Ogura and Goodbye are doing wonders over here by themselves. Look at that beautiful double. Is that gonna force a rotation from either team? I do believe so, as the bomb is actually staying behind. And look at that, Goodbye still pushing forward aggressively. He wants another one. And another one. And another one. So he's patiently waiting Stuck is Sticky's point with the AWP still on B side. They cannot make a rotation right now, and they're gonna be picked up.
Ooh.
Good shot, good stuff. But we are down to only one player while the bomb is getting planted on the other side.
Oh, man. And Toki's at the very least surviving here, hitting a couple of nasty shots, and of course, you betcha, pressure is gonna be coming her way. MCS, of course, already know exactly where she's gonna be pinned down, and Scorchy is gonna be in charge of putting that one to rest, and with an AWP nonetheless. So the lead continues to go in the favor of MCS Gaming, and it is a answer after answer, which is, I mean, exactly what you like to see. I mean, Goodbye pretty much having one hell of a round for themselves. So it's absolutely making a difference for his squad, and that means a little bit more work is going to be required here for Lotus. However, they are not in the worst positions.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, to be honest, I think that Sasu right now, she just got one kill, and that just allowed a really good flow coming in by Lotus on another round. So maybe if they actually start getting the first kills, that's like, how do you say it? Well, it just sets up the flow of the whole round. So if Lotus is able to get that first kill, they should eventually be able to get probably the other ones and just get that round for themselves. But MCS has been doing a wonderful job regarding their positions and regarding their shots. I think they are doing wonderful.
All right. So, a little bit of extra weight. Perhaps Lotus gonna take this time to, you know, replant a couple of things that have been going not quite as right, perhaps. I mean, we did see them have a very, very great start. And so, of course, there's still the possibility. Like you said, you always believe in miracles, and we have seen much bigger comebacks than this materialize and come into fruition. So, MCS Gaming, I don't think that they can be falling asleep at the wheel quite yet. I mean, a lid it is, but not a mighty comfy one. Sasu, she's been a little bit on the cold end, if you will, with only one frag. However, perhaps, like you pointed out earlier, pick coming their way could be what propels the team forwards. A little bit of an overextension going to be punished there by Yoguras. Nufafu also going to do the same. Been finding a lot of success with that AK in hand, and that will not stop quite yet. Now, Play and Tokis are completely split apart. And even if the smoke makes things a bit more of a slow crawl that MCS might have liked, they're still just covering their bases, and they have plenty of time. Make sure that this one is guaranteed in their side, which it should be the case. And Scorchy, of course, with that shot into play, is going to be making sure exactly of that. Toki's unfortunately not able to keep that up for herself. So, I mean, the bleeding continues here. And MCS, they are looking, I mean, even more comfortable now.
Well, to be honest, I don't really know what to say about this. I mean, I do see right here that Cyclone is a wonderful player. I mean, she still has 10 kills from only 3 rounds. So you can tell, I mean, only Snufafu is the one with 12, who is a little bit ahead of her. And, ooh, that made definitely kind of chip damage every single player. But the thing is that MCS is doing wonders at this moment. But you can tell that Lotus, they're not bad players. I mean, they just need to actually catch up and start working forward. It is very possible, since we have seen Cyclone doing a wonderful job over here, that probably on the T side, they should be able to answer the exact same way. Now, Sasu does get one beautiful kill with the Deagle over here as well. So that's another one. Ooh, look at that. Beautiful shot coming in by the 5-7. That is 2 kills already, and I think this could be huge, actually. It's just an eke around, but things could go very, very well for Lotus over here. But yeah, the thing is, as I was saying, the thing is that MCS does have a huge advantage at the moment, and also they're not dominating the game, not necessarily regarding the kills by themselves, but economically.
Yo!
Look at that. They just got ecoed. Might just be the moment for me to shut up.
I mean, it is still true that MCS Gaming do hold a huge advantage for the moment, at the very least in the scoreboard. But I mean, this round going about as wrong as it could have for them. Lotus making sure to show him hell, even in spite of them losing their numerical advantage. I mean, still hitting those shots. Sasu, definitely a bit of redemption right there, not only with the Deagle, but also with the AK. So, absolute precision coming in from Lotus, and that brings him a little bit closer. But, oh, goodbye. He's just been such a menace towards A. Will he even get to survive this round, though? The nade flies out. Sasu has been in a hot streak, but only damage for her this time around. Snuff has, for sure, been looking very pristine. I mean, look at that bank account alone. Okies, though, finally. In those shots with the up, gonna be forced to retreat back with the Molly, but still gonna make sure that Snuff is out of there. And Gadfly also getting a frag, so this is how you close it out. Excellent stuff. I mean, you have to make up for some lost terrain, and that is one hell of a way of doing so. I mean, even in spite of them not any longer having a chance to fight on the CT side. You talked about it previously. I mean, sometimes E side just brings the best out of you, mentally speaking.
Yeah, well, let's just see what happens once we actually hit the reset button on the second half of the game. But of course, Roy, I'm just going to take a little while over here to give it a little bit of a shout out to one of our partners. Of course, in this case, it's none other than Steak. And I just wanted to let everybody know that we are running a promotion for the whole duration. So you can actually go ahead and be over that 200% welcome bonus on your first deposit up to $500. Of course, if you sign up with the code CCT2024. Well, just remember that you can check all the details on the promotions and check on our banners, or you can go straight into cct.gg/stake.
For that, I mean, you better not let go of that opportunity. As Snuff is also not letting go of this opportunity, enabled also by Ogura. However, Cyclone, ever the duel is right there, trying to make a difference. Gadfly now, the sole remaining player for Lotus, and he's gonna get one at the very least, but runs out of bullets at the worst possible time, and the collapse was imminent, of course. So Gura manages to hold on for dear life, and so that makes the job a bit easier, at the very least, for the numbers part of it. For the now CTs, of course, talking about MCS Gaming. Good start for them to continue to try and set themselves apart from their competition. Let's see if they indeed can, at the very least, gain a bit more terrain. We have seen Lotus pull off some insane pistol rounds pretty much, and we're gonna need to see one more of those, or, well, we already know which way the trend is going to continue to go.
And well, no weapons in this case for Lotus. And 3-round advantage for MCS. Just patiently waiting for the one moment in which they can make the push. The best way available for them. Now, Sasu has finally been racking up those kills for herself. So this is good. It means that they're actually waking up a little bit. Maybe they were just a little bit cold at the beginning. They're warming up those fingers. And once they do, they should be quicker on the trigger. So things should be better for them. Still patiently waiting. But this is a good sign. It just means that Lotus knows what they are doing. They do have a strategy. And as they push forward towards mid, be careful though, because there is one player right there waiting for them. One in cat as well. Push forward. Slayer with the MP9.
Oh, nice bit of pre-fire right there. However, the coverage was also on the heavy side here for MCS, and with the flank coming in from Ogura, that is all she wrote. the first portion of our second half. I mean, of course, only a couple of rounds have gone by, but nonetheless, already in the pockets of MCS Gaming. Lotus, we have seen them fight back, though. Now they do have full AKs on deck. Let's see what they can bring to the table.
A little bit of a calm before the storm. Not really that calm, to be honest. Right now, a couple nades. Pretty push forward. Ooh, missed molly over there. That's gonna be huge, though. So he would have actually hidden Sasu, or stopped the rotation, or at least made him think that the enemy knew he was in that position. Just get him a little bit nervous. Of course, Snufafu right here, getting that beautiful kill with the MP9, pushing aggressively, and getting a sweet, sweet AK-47 for himself. Oh, the smoke has been dissipated, and another kill comes in. That's Cyclone, just annihilating Snufafu. That's a little bit of your own medicine for what they did for his team, to her teammate. But now, we got one casualty for each team, and less than 1 minute on the clock. The bomb needs to get planted as soon as possible.
You do have mid control here, but a bit more proactivity is going to be required in the last few instances of this round. Both sides about as equally covered, but now the rotation coming in from MCS, as that smoke may turn into a dead giveaway of what Lotus are trying to do here by being at the ready. As can you find this frag? And indeed she can, but Ogura gonna get the cleanup right there. Tokis does get the refresh immediately, though, so that gives slight numbers advantage at the very least for the time being for the side of Lotus. One more courtesy of Gadfly, and she is definitely calling out where Goodbye was located, so Tokis can get a cleanup immediately as not to overcomplicate the situation. Taking their sweet time, but Lotus do make it happen.
Yeah, that little kill over there, that was beautiful, because the enemy couldn't even fire back. Yeah, bullets flying left and right. I mean, I'm really liking what I'm seeing right here. It's, like, I usually always see this teams actually trying to rely solely on their scales. And right now, I mean, I can actually see both teams applying strategies. They do have what it takes. I do believe that this 10 players are definitely going to make it far in the tournament. I can tell at this point. Look at that, 9-6. I mean, the advantage is pretty clear still. But it's undeniable that Lotus does have the ability. And maybe once we actually jump into the next map, which is going to be none other than Anubis, which is not an easy map, and it's going to be Lotus's pick, maybe they're definitely going to do better.
Yeah, a bit more of the duelist kind, perhaps. So here, quick reactions. Immediately getting rid of Agura. Not given a chance here for Scorchy to actually claim her life. Staying concealed there in connector. Could come into play a little bit later on. However, a bit of a claustrophobic position. Snuff is actually closing in. He does check the corner, and Sasu ends up dropping that duel. That would have been massive, as it would have enabled so much flexibility. But Cyclone, oh my lord.
Look at that.
Gives a frags coming right there. And Scorchy, though, ooh, that was almost too much damage right there. The 1-on-1 isn't up, and Goodbye. Trying to keep this advantage for his team, but not gonna happen. Beautiful reaction. And so Lotus is stay alive.
What a round, honestly. That was really good, because we saw a little bit of everything. Like, we saw great entry coming in by Cyclone, and then we saw the beautiful triple kill as well from Scorchy. And then in the end, the 1v2 clutch. I mean, it was amazing. Gusasu also doing what he was supposed to, right? As an entry fragger over there, finally just also getting his kill. It was a great round overall. So that just puts Lotus a little bit closer to MCS right now with only 2 rounds advantage. But still, I mean, we are not that far away from the match point, but things are looking good for both teams right now.
Yeah, this is about the point in the match in which things could start to turn over. Oh, that was quite a bit of a trigger action right there by Snafafu. However, all gonna be shut down by Blay. Also gonna be tagging out Scorchy, so that is important. Especially in a situation in which you have the upper hand in firepower. Crucial to work out with the numbers. Goodbye though. Not to be diminished, even though he gets traded out immediately. Sasu, what a shot right there. And Blay from the heights ends up dropping, and that is all she wrote for this one. There is a striking chance, or it feels like it here for Lotus. However, they're going to have to compete with the best efforts from MCS Gaming, as they will be making it back with rapid fire. And we have seen Scorchy and that AUG specifically be of great use to the cost of the CTs this time around. So let's see what Lotus can do, or can attempt to break through. Seems like it's going to be an apartments push at the beginning. And only Blay is left behind to watch over mid. No overextenders over there. MCS Gaming playing that one kind of cautiously, whereas Lotus, we see the proactive movement right up the ramp.
Right now, Lotus is really, really close to actually tying things up right there. And look at that beautiful entry coming in by Cyclone. Amazing flashes as well. He was flashed, but he knew where the enemy was located. Black, beautiful shot. As Nafafu was trying to make the rotation on mid. Now he goes ahead and starts rotating back to his team. Now the bomb has been planted. Shorter timer actually right now, ticking against the CTs, which is only 3 of them at this moment on a retake situation against 4 players. Woo! 2 players now. Tuck has got a set kill as soon as the enemy was trying to make the rotation in there. So yeah, they just decided to actually give this one away. Have another try on the next one. Not quite able to get them right there on the rotation, Sasu. The bomb is definitely gonna blow up, and that just means the Lotus made their way back into the score tie. 9-9. Oh no, they just blocked themselves right there. And Cyclone died at the last moment. So close to actually surviving that. That was, I don't know if that was just his team, her teammate actually trolling, or just having a little bit of fun over there.
Could have been, I mean.
Or maybe just a problem on communication. But hey, I mean, funny nonetheless. Right now, Roy, I mean, it's a 9-9, but we got a little bit of a tactical pause over here.
True. MCS, though, taking the right decision in saving that M4 and the AUG. As they could be coming in handy here. A little bit of range, and also perhaps a bit of extra peace of mind, as Lotus are going to be aware of, okay, we are going to have to deal with, at the very least, a couple of rifles. So I mean, they're going to be extra careful. Let's see what positions MCS Gaming decide to take, as they are definitely underpowered for defense here. So on the other end, we do have mostly AKs, and of course, that M4 in the hands of Cyclone. Which of course we already know, she can definitely put to great use.
Ooh, just one kill's about to go off over here. A couple of them, so that's what we Gadfly. Of course, the enemy don't really have much, but Scorchy does have an AMG. They shouldn't be just giving this one away like that, but one of the teammates does have such an important weapon. He's going to go for himself. Just gets a little bit of chip damage as well.
Nice
but comes out.
Love that retreat from Scorchy. Making it out of there as he knew he was about to get pressured. Whether it was mollies or nades. Something was coming his way, and of course, he was not trying to have it. Though still a very strong position here towards B for Lotus. MCS is forced to take the long route through mid and circle back around. However, I mean, Cat presses here, and of course, having Scorchy right by this door is gonna make things a bit more complicated. The bullets are already there, and of course, the molly is gonna get a lot more damage. This should be a quote-unquote easy cleanup. However, Snuff fighting tooth and nail to survive. Does he still have a chance here to clear this one up?
I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh no!
Oh my god, no way.
Fafa. But still, Tuck is...
No.
Oh, and still having an AK-47 in his hands, he just decides to actually deagle the enemy down. Tuckis is not quite able to get that one for his team, for her team, and with only 10 points of HP, Snufafu gets the 1v3 clutch and the defuse for the win.
Wow.
That was very
that
intense,
was...
to be honest. Yeah, just actually sticking to the deagle, it's something really important right there. But also the way that the AUG was still not enough actually, and just resorted to the deagle instead. I mean, yep.
Man.
There you have it. Right, well, you're getting really close actually to the end. And it's really important to notice that the enemy, in this case MCS, actually reached the double digits already. Oh, nice kill coming in. Cyclone as always.
Oh.
Good refrag though, but that's actually the best player from Lotus already down. So that's gonna be huge.
The Canadian menace out of the equation. That means Lotus have lost a lot of firepower. Doable, yes, but unlikely. We'll have to see. Depending on if Goodbye is able to catch the rotation coming in, and indeed, the shot onto Sasu will hit precisely. So Gadfly, the last one left alive. She does have bump control, however, I mean, either side that she decides to approach, it is going to be a doozy. And unfortunately for her, I think she chose the one that is going to be a bit more heavily guarded, of course. Still a bit of a flexible position, and she's already going to be called out, so she's going to have to take the challenge on. And oh, Mr. OC also going to do the deed right there and make sure that his teammates' life does not go to waste. Just to continue on this afterwards victory here for MCS Gaming. Lotus, I mean, you have to wonder, they win that round and they would have been pretty much in a position like this, but mirrored, right? Like they would have been on a winning spot pretty much, just a round away from securing themselves at the very least overtime. But now they're gonna have to fight much harder for it, and it is gonna have to be with a bit of rushing action. However, only Gaslight finding some success, and the HE's already flying through, so the push gets completely shut down as Blay is the only survivor, and not even for long. Of course, it was a gamble at the end of the day, and unfortunately, it's one that doesn't quite pay off for Lotus.
Well, MCS actually reached the 12th point, so right now they're in the match point for themselves. This is not looking good for Lotus, but they definitely gave quite a fight, to be honest. I mean, they were having a really rough, really good start, but a really rough mid-game. It was just until late game they actually started getting back on track. But also, the thing is that, once again, I need to mention, this is MCS's, oh, that was a failed little molly. But yeah, this is MCS's pick, so it's kind of expected. Oh, look at that. I thought he was gonna get the kill out over there, but still, getting one kill for himself and already setting up the pace for what's gonna happen. Couple kills over here as well. But yeah, I mean, maybe things are gonna be different on the next one. The thing is that Lotus is going to play on Anubis, and Anubis is no easy task, so they should definitely have a plan, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like you pointed out, MCS were always going to be feeling a bit more comfortable due to this being their map pick. And it's not like Lotus didn't put up a fight or anything like that. And even then, a comeback would have been possible. I just think, you know, a couple of situations didn't really go their way, and that ended up getting kind of out of control. 40 seconds here for the clutch of a lifetime if you're Blay. Feel every avenue gonna be covered by locking down the apartments, and of course Wood and Scorchy are gonna have the entrances towards a, for the most part, covered, of course, ramp. More likely to be left open here. But could this end up being a nasty situation for themselves? Okay. Gotta take the shot, and you have to bet at that point that you're praying that there's nobody watching from the palace side, but that was not the case, and that is the victory for MCS Gaming, who claim their first W of this match. However, things are not quite done yet.
Yeah, well, that was really interesting to see right there. That was the first one, and that's going to put a little bit of pressure on Lotus, especially because they were doing so fine, but it was just still not kind of enough. They really needed to step it up a little bit. I think that is going to happen on map number 2. Of course, that is just speculation, but the thing is that what we have right now is more pressure on Lotus because they have to win the next one if they don't want to go back with a 2-0 against themselves. Now, of course, Roy, this is just the moment in which we're going to take a small pause. We are going into a small break. So just go ahead and try to get probably a soda, something to drink, maybe something to eat, some popcorn as well. Because I'm pretty sure, Roy, that the next map is going to get really, really interesting.
Oh yeah, let's hope that it is a banger for sure. And to see if MCS Gaming are going to continue on this, apparent path to victory, or if Lotus are going to put an answer loud and clear to take us towards a decider map. But like you said, my friend, that is going to be in a few minutes. So see you guys after this short break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And we are here once again. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone. So we are back to resume this match, which currently MCS are ahead of. However, it doesn't mean that Lotus are quite out of it yet, as we are heading into their own pick. And boy, it's looking to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely interesting, because the previous one, they started up pretty strong. They actually showed off they do have what it takes. They fought really well against MCS. Throughout the mid game, like, they just got a little bit too... I don't know if they were kind of lost. They didn't really know how to adapt to the strategies that MCS was pulling on the turret side. That once they actually started learning how to fight them, then they were able to just get back in the game, but it was already too late. Once the Lotus also reached the T side, I mean, they started doing great, but still, it was just not quite enough, so they couldn't take the first one. But right now, we are jumping into Anubis, the second map, and this one is their pick, so everything is bound to be a lot more different.
Yeah, and for Lotus, really, it was a case of, I think, just they definitely had a chance to claim that first map. It was at that point where we were like 10 to 9 rounds, if I am not mistaken, whenever that clutch happened, courtesy of MCS, and that was all she wrote. From then on, it felt like the momentum was sucked away. However, it's a brand new map, so let's see if they can bring forth this time around. OC Sarga here, though. Gonna be starting things right up for MCS, who, much like we were speculating, are now brimming with momentum. Look at this, catching them on the flank. The pincer move is right here. However, Tok is fighting to the nail. Manages to get 2 frags for themselves.
Just got a little too nervous right there.
Oof. And Sasu trying to make some progress there, but falling a little bit short.
Yeah, not quite able to get those headshots with the Glock. However, it is happening over here. Look at that, Scorchy, beautiful shot against Cyclone. Now we're down to a 1v1 while the bomb is planted. Let's see what happens, Roy. It's coming from behind.
Oh. I mean, Gadfly had to hold the angle at that point. Do you even bet on a different approach? And MCS, every single guess feels like it's been going right when it's in those do or die type of situations. So Scorchy will prevail, and so will MCS Gaming. Not only claim the first map, but also the first round of this second encounter on Anubis, of course. He's got to give them the chance to perhaps take off even from the early game. Aggressive position being shown here by Lotus towards the middle portion of the map, as per usual when we do have CTs that are only packing pistols. However, it seems like the boys in yellow were ready for that. It is only a single frag that Lotus are able to claim, and not much else.
Yeah, not the best scenario, but still just an eco round for this guy. So MCS was definitely going to be able to get right on top of it. So we got the 2-0 on the score. Also, as we have noticed before and also discussed, this is kind of a T-sided map, so of course they're going to have a little bit of advantage. Now, the thing is that this is Lotus pick, so things could be very different now that they do have firepower on their behalf with the 4M4s and the FAMAS in the hands of Gadfly. But yeah, I think that not only they should be... Oh, that's a failed volley over there. That's going to be costly. And look at that. This could be... Oh, well, just 1 kill for Zasu, but Scorch actually lands the second one against Gadfly as well. So that is also a very difficult spot for this guy. Cyclo does get 1 kill over here with the refract. And from so far away, does take a second with the last bullet. Amazingly played.
Island for sure making the most out of her life right there. And again, when you see Cyclone on the map, you expect great things. Definitely the frag department being one of the main pillars here for Lotus. The setup not going to be quite easy to break here, though. Yeah, and Tokis tries to make an aggressive move right there. Ogura gonna punish him for it. Oh, and Cyclone not really in a healthy spot to be able to challenge. Decides to retreat, and the chase is right there. Incredible Molly to, at the very least, keep their opponents at bay. So she will get to keep that AK for themselves, and that is a bit of progress, if nothing else. Of course, perhaps a bit more we might have liked, but not the end of the world, considering this is just beginning. The first 3 rounds, though, went by an absolute fly. I mean, just blink of an eye, and MCS Gaming already ahead by 3.
Alright, who's gonna get the first one over here? It's gonna be none other than Scorchy, claiming the first blood for his team in this case. Lotus still has to pack up a little bit more. They only had pistols and Cyclo with the AK-47. That could be enough, to be honest. I mean, it's the best player of this team, Lotus. They do have a chance, but it's so difficult being on the CT side with nothing really against this, guys. Hoaxarca takes another one. That's 2 players. 3 players down. Segura claims another one. Scorchy on the other side takes Gadfly as well. The last player alive is going to be Cyclone, and he's been spotted already, so I'm pretty sure they're going to start chasing him down. Good kill. Repositioned. Just pushes back. Reposition as well. The enemy still needs to get that bomb planted, but there's plenty of time. 50 seconds on the clock, and oh no, I think this is gonna be the one. Yep. Scorchy. Another one for himself with the 3 kills on this round. And that's gonna be the end of Cyclone for another round to MCS. 0 and 4. Huge advantage already.
9? Scorchy on an absolute tear here. On the other end, well, target department for Lotus leaving a little to be desired. I mean, Tokus and Cyclone have been taking the burden of those frags for the most part. However, Bleh has still yet to get on board. And like I said, it's not too late to change the course of how things are going. And finally, of course, Lotus have the rapid fire necessary to fight back. But we'll see how this one goes. This coordinated push onto A. And fast approaching is this, well, it was the plan because it already has happened. Goodbye. Also, gonna be chasing him down. Sasu can only hit one of them out of this realm of existence. That is Scorchy, the sole loss that MCS Gaming are gonna take during this round. Or are they? Oh, that is a big miss there by Tokis. And a little bit of shakiness right there, but not much else left to save. MCS Gaming is just an absolute victory for them.
Well, this is not looking good. I mean, probably giving or just allowing the enemy to get 4 rounds is kind of okay on this map specifically if you're starting on CTs. However, 5 rounds already and without a single one for themselves, like all straight up just 5 rounds and 0, that is not looking good for Lotus. They need to step up a little bit. That volley actually lands. The enemy doesn't really have anything to fight against with. They're gonna go down. Gadfly though claims that kill with a beautiful shot from the Deagle straight into the enemy's head. That's still 3 enemies against 4. Well, 2 against 4. Looking good over here. Scorchy and Ogura are the ones getting those kills in the end. Just to deal it off. There's the bomb planted for a little bit of extra money. Economically, I mean, we can already see MCS already with the pockets completely full. It's only Nafafu with only 950 bucks left, but he's already on a full buy. So, yeah, Lotus needs to start waking up, doing something over here. I thought they were gonna do better on their map, to be honest. Alright, well, pushing forward for the next one. That's round number 7.
Ball is on to mid immediately here from MCS. Urging any sort of approach coming in. Their counterparts. Cyclone gonna be in charge of not letting anybody through main, whereas I do believe she has a little bit of support right there in the name of Bleh. Bit of rotation coming in from the AEW pier as well. It seems like MCS are setting up for a bit of an A approach. There's a bit pick though there by Snuff. However, Tokis does get the refrag immediately. And Ogura could be walking into a straight dead right there as well. Oh, what a challenge there from Scorchy. Gadfly was definitely setting up for something. However, it all ends up going to absolutely nothing. And Lotus continued to get cleaned up. They just cannot win their duels right now. These one-on-ones that you're supposed to be winning they are just letting go of, and I don't know if it's nerves or the pressure of the situation. However, MCS Gaming, right now, they are looking dominant, but I don't know if it's, you could say, forced mistakes out of your opponent, or if it's a bit of nerves or something like that. But I mean, Lotus, we've seen them in a better position. They're just waiting for their chance to strike on T. Let's not forget, this is their own pick, and it's been, like, quote-unquote, small mistakes, but that have had big effects on how the course of this map has been developing so far. So, I mean, still yet to claim even a single round. Of course, we know just how dominant T side can be here on Anubis, but I mean, still you're expecting a bit more of an answer. And this could be the way right here, as Sasu does claim that AK from one of his dead body.
Yeah, this game's it's just total domination in this case for MCS. Look at that, Snafafu getting another kill. And that's still 2 players live with AK-47s. I think it's pretty doable for them, the way they have been playing at least. Just playing around against the enemy. But Lotus, they have time on their behalf. It's still 42 seconds. The bomb is not planted. So a rotation over here is to be forced out. However, it seems Cyclone is pushing forward. AK-47 not gonna do it. Cyclone's gonna be the one getting that kill, grabbing the AK from the enemy, and just puts Oxarka in a very difficult spot. Ooh, not quite getting that kill against Sasu. Starts chasing over. He does. Gonna get that bomb planted as soon as possible, and that just puts us in a 1v2 situation for the retake on the CTs.
The CT's making a lot of progress to make sure they at least have the numbers. However, Zarka here trying to clutch up for this squad, and will he get to do so? He doesn't. Gadfly shuts him down. And it was a much needed bit of redemption right here for the side of Lotus, as they were heading into dangerous territory for themselves. I mean, they already have run out of a chance to catch up what their opponents have already made. At the very least, mathematically speaking, of course. The best they can hope for at this point is 7-5, but I mean, there is still a world in which they get a couple more rounds out of this. Big effort nonetheless, and it was not looking very promising at the beginning. However, things do changed up after a frag from Cyclone and the rest of the squad following suit. But there is a chance here. It was looking narrow, however. Perhaps there is light at the end of the tunnel here for Lotus. But unfortunately for them, they start by losing their top frag.
Yeah, previous round was really close for MCS to actually get that one for themselves as well. But not quite, just a little bit too short of the final shots. Sarka getting a kill over here against Black as she was pushing forward through the smoke. That's 2 casualties already. 1-7 on the score. Just a little bit of money in the pockets of Lotus over here. Well, MCS pretty much just as they want. Ooh, pushing forward. Gets a little bit too hesitant over there. Sasu not quite able to get that kill, allowing Goodbye to enter in. But Tukis saves his life as well. But with the refrag, that just puts things on a 3v1. Once again, Godfly, in this case alone. I would say it's also doable as well. We saw that almost happen on the previous round. But right now, it wouldn't really be that smart to try for it. Yeah. He's just gonna wait for the time around and just gonna put himself in a safe spot. Trying to see in case that he gets chased by the enemy. He should be able to try to save that AK-47 for the next round.
And Gadfly making the right call right there. She hits the retrieval. Nothing much else to be done at that point, honestly. And that AK to a much better use. Push comes to shove. Right now, though, you have to take into account the fact that MCS... Oh, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Narrowly getting to live that one is Scatfly, but... I mean, can they do a bit more? Can they do a bit more to try and, at the very least, you know, save some rounds here from going into their opponent's pockets? Because, of course, I mean, there is a reason, I think, why they picked this map, and we very well maybe finding that out come the second half. But right now, we do see an MCS Gaming that are looking mighty comfortable in each and every encounter that they take. And every single challenge just seems to be going their way. And you talked about the AK effect, right? And just how it makes you feel so powerful when you're holding that gun in your hand. And perhaps even if it's just a psychological thing. I mean, MCS Gaming are fully brimming with that confidence. And it is showing in their shot. It is showing in their teamwork even, and in just how close they've been running some of these rounds, but still nonetheless clutching up for those W's. And I mean, last round even was a great example of that, and how that might have been a good example of a situation that could have gone in their favor. But right here, Sasu. Okay, one more to go, but no, the Fafu gonna shut that opportunity down. And so it is 9 for MCS Gaming at the tail end of this first half.
Well, this is not looking good for Lotus right here. There's a lot of weight on their shoulders. They actually lost the first one, and they're just about to lose their pick as well. That is definitely huge. The big problem over here is that we have seen this just being recovered, actually, by another team, just in the previous best of 3 we had, coming down from 10 rounds against them. They were actually still able to go into an overtime and then get that final win in the case of the Chicken Coops. But right now, Lotus, just the way they've been playing right here, I don't really think that is going to be doable right here. Look at that. Double kill Scorchy, and just as his name actually implies, does get one with the Molly. Gadfly defending, however, with the Scout. But still, just puts everything on a 2v3 situation over here. Comes a nade, that could be enough. Yep, It actually is. So Gura getting that kill from so far away with the HE. That just puts Tuckies once again on the spotlight against 3 players. 1 minute on the clock. Is she gonna try to stop them? Or just gonna try to retreat once again, which, yeah, I mean, it's the smart thing to do, but you can only do that so many times until you actually give pretty much the whole game away to the enemy.
Yeah, that is... I mean, it's only a viable strategy for so long, right? At some point, you have to fight back if you want to mount any sort of success. And unfortunately, here we have seen some fight. It's just not been very successful on behalf of Lotus. Dokis, though, at the very least, claiming one Scorchy. I don't think he's going to be more than alive for sacrifice, or perhaps for a pincer play, which is exactly what has been attempted here. Does Dokis even get a chance to aim at both? No, she just sees, you know, a glimpse in the horizon, but death was already guaranteed. And this is it for the first half, pretty much. I mean, one more to go here. And it is not looking pretty whatsoever. Though, to be fair, we have seen something like this. Not in this match, mind you, but in the previous one. The Revel were up by like 8, and their opponents were able to bounce back. That was Mirage, of course. However, I mean, who is to say that as Lotus are heading into their tier rounds, they cannot make the same happen? It would take...
Big difference about that is that, I mean, this guy's just jumped into the pretty much second half of the game already with double digits on the score. So I think that's a little bit heavier, right?
True. I mean... I was just about to say, I mean, they were going to have to, Lotus, to get like a solid 10 rounds, call it 8 rounds, before I become a believer that, I mean, the combat can be made a reality. Because as of right now, it's just a matter of it's perhaps too big, too deep of a tomb that they've been digging for themselves, and that for sure MCS Gaming are helping dig as well, as they do manage to squeeze out even a bit more. 11 out of their first round, sorry, their first half here on Anubis. That is a successful effort if I've ever seen one. And if you guys want to be successful while using stake, then you might as well use that promo code CCT2024, and up to $500 you can get a 200% bonus on your first deposit. So what is that, like $1,000? So you for sure want to check that out. I mean, even if my math is not right, 200% sounds like a big number, so perhaps it's something that might interest you all. Shout out to Stake, of course, and the partners here that make the Champions Tour a reality. Whereas right now, this looks like an entirely different Lotus. Look at that. Goodbye. Did say exactly that, but to the rest of his squad who just got completely wiped away.
Well, that seems like a bit of a chance over here for Lotus, but one player goes down. Goodbye with that shot. A second one as well, and now he's got the duelist, so something could happen over here. He's still feeling confident. He does have a Cavalier, and he has 88 HP. Now the bomb is taken against them. A little bit of a pre-fire shot over here, and he's gonna spot one of them. Shot's not quite landing. Who's gonna get this one? Goes for the kill instead. Takes that one. Needs to reload. Nope. Goes for the swap instead. Oh my god, this is really intense. He's not gonna be able to get that in the end, and also the bomb was just about to blow up. But goodbye, just didn't want to give it away just like that. He wanted those kills, and at least a little bit of the extra money on its pocket.
I mean, is there anything else to say at that point? You have to try and challenge. It's not like you are going to be saving much from this round, except like you said, getting a couple extra bucks in your pocket. So, I mean, after all, impressive stuff there from Goodbye. And taking down the Cyclone nonetheless, so even more impressive perhaps, because we've seen exactly what Cyclone can do. So, been managing to perhaps not get a victory, but a moral one at that. Lotus finally getting their second round, and it was a good start for the most part on their key rounds. Perhaps things were getting a bit out of hand at some point, but nonetheless, it did go in their favor. Goodbye decides to retreat, saves his life. OC also quite hit. Is Nafafu the only one that is completely healthy? And I don't even know if that is going to be much of a factor. And indeed, it is not when you're facing those Galils. And multiple rapid fire at that. So it is just a cleanup crew at this point. And indeed, they completely get a cleanup right there. As no one is left alive, just completely, you know, getting those victories as expected, of course, just given what MCS were packing. So, nonetheless, still a victory, but like I mentioned to you, my friend, it is gonna have to be quite a long streak before I become a believer. It's gonna take quite a bit before this becomes even something reminiscent of close.
Well, that's the magic of the tourist side in this map. I mean, they definitely are doing a little bit better, but just too far away. Still playing it safe. Calm before the storm. As all the utility starts just dissipating a little bit. I need to refresh with one smoke in mid. One molly up there, just making sure that there is no mid player coming out of a cheeky spot trying to get those kills. But everybody spread over the map. Lotus, however. Oh, look at that. Gadfly getting that first kill of the round.
Followed up. Goodbye, getting one of his own. Actually spots an enemy. Beautiful shot. Gaslight goes down. Swaps for the Galil. That is definitely strange.
Huh.
But now it seems the T's start moving forward to the other spot. Be careful though, Scorchy is looking at that position. He's gonna get that kill. MCS already with a huge advantage. 4 players against 2. There's another player on that spot. Be careful though. He's carrying the bomb. That could be all you need to actually get it for yourself. Good kill from Scorchy. On the last one, it's gonna go down as Agura gets that kill for himself. Signed, sealed, delivered, and this round is done.
Oh yeah, and this map is about to be done. Or looking like it at the very least. Of course, Lotus is still having a fighting chance right here. But is it necessary? Is it enough, sorry, to make this one a reality in their own pick? I don't think... If it's only the mental factor right here, you know, if we're just seeing some nerves play around this time. I mean, the first map was incredibly close, and I think, like, Lotus definitely had a solid shot at claiming it for themselves, but... I mean, this one, MCS Gaming definitely delivering quite a bit of pain their way. And, well... I mean, of course, this is still Swiss round, so it's not like it's the end of the line for them or anything like that. But at the end of the day, I always say, the best experience is tournament experience. So, when you are in a hot seat like this, it just brings an entirely different type of pressure that you're gonna have to deal with. And it's up to you to adapt to, you know, being able to deal with that constantly. Let's see if Goodbye can now deal with Blay, who has been on a bit of a tear, and Blade does end up getting one. So she sets up the one-on-one versus Stefafu here. Bomb in hand and all. Coverage from the Molly. It'll be more than enough to plant this one with plenty of time to boot. So with the game riding in her hands, Blay has to clutch up here. Of course, the odds, at the very least right now, are definitely stacked in her favor.
Well, it was a 1v1, but it seems that Snafafa just took a little bit too long to actually go for this defuse. It's just taken down by Black with no information of where she was actually located. That one is going to go for the Lotus as the bomb blows up at the last moment. Of course, that's only one round. I mean, that's 12-4. That's an 8-round advantage. And I think this is not looking good for Lotus. Right now, MCS has them against the wall with a knife on their neck. So, yeah, things are not... I feel like it's not impossible, but reaching overtime at this moment. And also, let's not forget that there's also the global point, which is already on behalf of MCS. So that's a lot of pressure. Which means that simply mistakes are bound to happen over here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point...
Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
That is a way to start.
Yeah, that's 2 kills.
Good with the quick reactions. No frag's gonna come his way, though. Way on the other end. Not only clutching up that last round, but also making sure to give a fighting chance here for her squad. And the rest of them follow suit. We've seen what Goodbye can do even when heavily outnumbered, so let's see if he can work some magic this time around, or if he's even gonna attempt something else. I mean, he'll take whatever he can get at this point. It's definitely gonna be much tougher of an ordeal. Now Coop with an M4, the Molly flies by, but it was already scouted out. I mean, the throw on the Molly, I think, kind of gave the game away, and a bit of an ego challenge at that point. But Lotus quickly shut that one down. It was just too overwhelming of a situation for MCS to overcome. So looking a little bit better here, but problem for Lotus is that one single misstep and there is no longer any safety net. You are donezo, not only for the map, but also for the entire match, so pressure definitely is on, but let's see if Lotus can continue to, at the very least, ramp up a bit.
Oh, good kill coming in. Gadfly claiming the first blood. Oh, and that nade actually deals a lot of damage. This is gonna be so easy for Lotus. 12 and 6 incoming, probably. Woo! Molly, just to top it all off. Scorchy takes a little bit of that damage. Good. Great stuff with the 5-7. Takes 2 kills with that. Allows for a weapon grab, and he knows where there is one enemy over there, but we are down to a 1v3 situation once again. Roy, this is not looking good for MCS, but still, they can give this round away in case that things don't really go their way. It's better for him to actually get that AK-47, but he's been spotted.
Oh, yeah.
Scorchy, all you need to do is look behind you. But he has definitely not expected that. Not the enemy that close. Bam! Just as he was swapping to his knife, gets claimed by Black and puts an early finish to the round.
I mean, there was a little bit of hope there for MCS. Close it out after those 2 frags by Scorchy, but I simply love the call out. And it's like, yep, we're not dealing with this. We're hitting A instead. There is no reason why to overcomplicate things with B. And perhaps not a difficult decision to make when they still had the numbers to deal with one single player on the other end. Comes cleanup. No angles being given away, but a ton of damage being dealt by that utility. Ogura is gonna end up getting cleaned up, though. But it's not a pretty sight for MCS. However, if they can stand this approach, and they do, then things are gonna get a lot more complicated for Lotus, is what I was about to say, but now it has just become a reality. The tables have turned.
Yep, this could be the round that MCS actually needed in the end. The most important one, the one that is going to give you the win. Now, this is a 4v3. AK-47s still present in the hands of Lotus. So this girls could actually do something important. Now they start moving forward. That's 2 players. Utility drop, but oh no, they've been spotted. Refrag over here. Goodbye takes the first one, but Cyclone takes another one. Gadfly takes Oxarka as well. The bomb is gonna get planted. Scorchy is right around the corner, takes one. The bomb gets planted, but still, that was not enough. Scorchy is able to get things done over here. And with that, Roy, it seems that we have a winner for this matchup.
Oh yeah, it has been decided, and I think perhaps for a while it had been, as like I mentioned, it was just too dire of a situation to try and climb back from if you were Lotus at that point. However, I mean, they did manage to bounce back in some ways, but Anubis was just not the call for them. MCS Gaming definitely showing us the confidence being brought after that first victory on Mirage, which they managed to clutch up in an impressive fashion, I have to say, and from that clutch at the 9 to 10 mark on Mirage, they were able to put an end to that first map, and from then on, momentum just never left their side. So huge props to MCS Gaming right here as they get their first victory in this Swiss rounds. And of course, for Lotus, the road is not quite over yet, as this is, like I said, only the first couple of encounters that we are seeing in this one.
Yeah, well, shout out right there to the roster of the winning team in this case. Congratulations to MCS. They rack up that point for themselves on a 2-0. And of course, for the next one, better luck, and I hope that Lotus actually trains a little bit more. They
just go ahead and get a little bit better on their picks as well. I think that's a very, very important thing to do. But just like you mentioned, I mean, there are a lot of new teams and new rosters as well. So it is definitely kind of expected to see this kind of stuff. Just be a little bit of inconsistency and just not that good of a coordination as a team. But of course, as the tournament develops, we are going to see them play a lot more differently. So this was the last map for today, and we can see right here how the matches actually stand as of today. But of course, we are gonna have a lot more of CS to be played. So stay tuned with us, because this might be just the last one for today. But well, Roy, how can I say this? The tournament is pretty early on, honestly. So it's still pretty young, and we are gonna see a lot of Counter-Strike in the future.
Oh yeah, this day is over, but the tournament is pretty far from over. You're gonna be seeing plenty of us throughout the next couple of weeks, and plenty of these teams, of course, as well. Some of these these names I love, like Getting Info and Bad News Capybaras. Those are some sick names, by the way. So shout outs to every team taking, you know, their shot at becoming the champion of champions. But like I said, for today, that is gonna be it. It was quite a pleasure to be here, to be back. New year and a new tournament. Of course, we're gonna have plenty more action come tomorrow, because for today we're gonna have to take a rest. So we are closing things out, and we'll be seeing y'all in the next one.